So welcome to the class. I'm going to go over and share screen and get us on the road. Well, I say I have it up, Bruce. Let me get another.
Wrong version.
Wrong version. My apologies. Had a lot going on this morning, guys.
There you go.
So welcome to the Charitable Gifts of Real Estate certification class, where we teach you exactly how to make money making a difference. So there's a lot of questions about what's the difference in just taking the class and getting certified, because we are allowing a lot of guests to come in. This is new information for a lot of folks. So we want you to get this information and use it as you will. And also there is a certification that can be acquired from being in the class and taking the test. So I'm just going to go through the bullet points of what you're actually here to accomplish, which is getting donations of real estate, getting those listings over in the left-hand corner. Initial requirements. Now that you're taking the class, if you want to also be certified, it's a $200 fee to do the certification. We will send you a test. Once you pass the test, you will have the ability to market yourself as a certified charitable real estate specialist. We have a database nationally, actually internationally, that we're putting together where you will be listed, the state that you're licensed in. And as we have realtors, financial advisors, nonprofits, all coming to the class, that one database will be a place for all of you to find one another who have this information. The annual requirements will be every year you'll be required to at least come to the class one time and take the updated version of the test. We'll always be adding more material, especially now with 1031 tax exchanges and capital gains things changing. We'll always be updating the class, and we will want you to take an updated version of the test. It'll be a $100 annual renewal fee for your certification. The master designation will be when you have completed a donation with Realty Gift Fund. You'll be meeting them today. You'll know exactly who that is and what that means. And once again, the benefits of being certified is you will have this CCRES designation. No one else is teaching this information. No one else is certifying with this and giving this designation. And we're going to be talking about specific benefits to those who are certified as the class goes on. Realty Gift Fund has open office hours on Wednesday from 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern time. You'll be getting more information about that. And what that is for is, now that you've come to the class, you're going to have a lot of questions and a lot of things that come up. And so you'll have them to ask those questions of. Once again, you'll be listed on the websites. You'll get 2 VIP tickets per class. We want you to continue to come back. If you become certified and are part of our tribe, we want you to come back every month. It's always the third Tuesday of the month, and you can bring a couple of guests with you. We want you to bring your title company, your mortgage company, the director of your favorite nonprofit, whomever you would like to partner with that needs to know what this is all about. And as a certified charitable real estate specialist, you also will get a $1,000 bonus on your first deal. So just a few of the perks of becoming certified. So let me go through exactly what you're going to be learning today. Section 1, we talk about the concepts and the collaborators. We're throwing a lot of names around, Realty Gift Fund, the Real Agents of Change, lots of names. So we want you to know exactly who we're talking about and who you're partnered with. Section 2, we'll get into all the benefits to the nonprofit, the donor, the advisor, et cetera, and talk about some of the strategies that you can implement. Section 3, we start to get into the weeds a little bit, start talking about what qualifies as a gift of real estate and some of the documents you'll need to know about. Section 4, we get way into the weeds about the tax benefits and other things that have to do with the numbers. Bruce Geist is a master at explaining how you can take a property and up the value of the property. So we'll be talking about that in section 4. Section 5, case studies. We actually sprinkle these throughout the class at the end of every section. We'll tell you a fun case study so that you can see that it truly is any and all kinds of properties from all over the country and in some cases all over the world. We talk about the power of the 4 S's, and we'll get into that a little bit more. Section 6 is the meat of the matter. Now that you know what we're doing here, how do you get out and start talking about it? Who to talk to, what to say, how to say it. So let's think a little bit about why are you here? Everyone comes for a little bit different reason. This is class number 10 or 11 in the series, and we find all kinds of people come to the class. It was originally created for realtors, but nonprofits love to hear about it. Financial advisors, leaders, board members, and there's a lot of reasons to be here. There's for yourself, getting that designation and or wanting to step up as the charitable real estate specialist in your marketplace. So some people are here specifically for themselves. Some people want to know what can they do to help leverage this for their clients, especially with what's going on with taxes that are changing. The people that we tend to attract are those that are heart-centered, they're visionary, and they truly want to be a contribution to their clients and bring them tools in the marketplace that other people don't have. It might be that you have a special nonprofit that really speaks to your heart. It might be that you would love for hundreds of nonprofits in the area to know about you and do business with you. It might be for your whole community. You might really want your whole community to start benefiting from millions of dollars being funneled in. So let's look at what some of these numbers look like really, really quickly, very briefly, because we're going to be getting into the weeds with all this here in a little bit. And you'll notice that some of these words are underlined. When I hand off to Bruce and he takes control of the control here, I'll make sure that you get a copy of the workbook. The workbook has these lines that are blank so that you can follow along. If you are wanting to take the test, you'll want to know what's going to be on the test, and the underlined words are the things that you really want to focus on. So you're here to learn how to procure your first charitable gift of real estate. Let's be really clear about that, because knowing this information won't do us any good unless we're actually leveraging it in the marketplace. So let's talk about if that first donation was a $600,000 piece of property. For you as a real estate agent, if it was a 6% commission, it might be that you're wanting to get those commissions. It might be that you're wanting your clients to have more of a tax advantage. That 275 is the less taxes that they will be paying at the end of the year. And once again, we'll be getting into the reason all these numbers are on. If the property was a $600,000 piece of property, it might be that the nonprofit is getting a check for $558,000. The average donation is $550,000. And so that's why we're using this as an example. And if you were to add up all those numbers, you'll see really briefly how that one property that was a $600,000 piece of property has become leveraged. Charitable leveraging is what we call it. So we'll explain all these numbers to you. For those of you who are analytical, don't worry, we're going to get into it very shortly. So once again, why are you here? These charitable gifts of real estate strengthen relationships. What a fabulous way for you to show up as an advisor in your marketplace and be the go-to person with a tool that no one else has. No one's having this conversation, and they will be, especially when you bring it to your marketplace. When we say that this helps you to gain access to high net worth individuals, to large nonprofits who not only want gifts of real estate, but they have staff and volunteers who need realtors to buy and sell. So gaining access, getting your foot in the door of clubs that maybe you wanted to penetrate for many years, but maybe there was other realtors that had it sewn up. Well, now you can be the one that gains access to these different groups. Guys, this raises your profile when you can show up on social media and in Zoom meetings and at networking meetings, not as just a realtor or just a financial advisor, but a charitable real estate specialist. I can tell you from experience, and others on the class today can tell you, this is a unique conversation that really takes you in different directions that you've never been. And as a real estate agent, you're earning full commission. We talk about full commission as opposed to a specific number because it depends on your marketplace, if you're commercial, if you're residential, etc. But we want you to know, yeah, we're helping people give property away, but that doesn't mean you're doing it for free. As a matter of fact, we appreciate you so much. We want to make sure that you get a full commission. There is no negotiating here. You get what the marketplace dictates, and add value for you and your clients, your nonprofits, the community at large. This is the awakening, and we are here to spread the word and to make sure that your individual community learns about it through you. So many introductions, more commission, more referrals. This is a higher level, a sophisticated conversation. And that's why you'll be getting more referrals, because when your clients find out that you understand how this works, they are going to introduce you around. It's happening all over the country. I love the fact that this gives us a unique sales proposition. Once again, no one is talking about this, and it doesn't require selling. In other words, we're not convincing people to give property away. We are educating and informing. We're letting them know that it is an opportunity, an option, a different way of giving smarter, of saving on their taxes, etc. Unique value proposition for those, especially who get the certification. The financial outcomes that produce charitable leverage. We're going to show you how these properties are leveraged by 35% in a lot of cases because of the way that the benefits are to so many people. You're making money and making a difference. I've heard a lot of people on Zooms saying that statement, and there's a lot of different ways that you could look at making money and making a difference. But in this case, we don't make money unless the nonprofits are getting funded by hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, and the nonprofits can't get funded unless you're making money. It's truly a win-win-win for everyone. This is such a timely alignment with all the things that are going on in our environment. We want you to know that the nonprofit world actually employs 1 out of every 10 people that you meet on the street is working for a nonprofit. It's really a huge economic force in our country. These major gifts of assets, we want you to really learn some of these terms that you can drop in the marketplace. Major gifts of assets, most important topic. Nonprofits are really stepping into understanding that when they can take more than just cash, they can 6 times their endowments, and you'll learn why. And as most of us know on here, real estate is the largest asset class in America, which is why this bridge from the donor to the nonprofit world has been created. Oh boy, lots of buzz going on about what's going on with the tax policies. None of us know what's going to happen, but we do know that there's going to be a shift. And this is an answer, it is a solution, it is an option and an opportunity for so many people. We just need to be informing and educating them that it is an option for them. New money from gifts of real estate. We are looking at taking this from a 2% of what the nonprofit world is bringing in up to 7%, and you'll learn what that means. We as a group have a commitment to adding $1 billion a year, not just 1 year or over a 10-year period, but $1 billion a year to the nonprofit world. And if you do the math, that's about 50 million in commissions to real estate agents, much less all the financial advisors who are earning more money off of assets under management. So here's a few questions you might have in your mind that you're going to learn today. And we just want you to know up front, you're going to learn, well, if this is so great, why have I never heard about it before? That was one of my questions, and you'll learn about that today. Who would give their property away? Are you kidding me? People actually give real estate away. Yes, they do. 8 billion a year. 8 billion a year, and if the average is 550, that's approximately 16,000 transactions a year that are happening. The question is, how many did you do last year, and how many do you want to do next year, this year, and for the rest of your career? Why a specialized nonprofit? You may have never heard this term before. I had not a year and a half ago. So you'll learn why we have partnered with the best specialized nonprofit in the industry. which is Realty Gift Fund. You're going to find out who they are and why we've partnered with them. Who are the real agents of change? We hear all these different words. The real agents of change are simply those folks who are here to bring more of these donations to Realty Gift Fund to get that money out into the world. We'll get into that as well. What is charitable leverage? What do I do with this new knowledge? So now that you're learning, how do you lead generate? We'll talk about that. And how to procure your first charitable gift of real estate. So I want to encourage you, as you are listening, as you are hearing the stories, as other people are asking questions, you will think of people that own title companies, that have multiple properties, that sit on the board of lots of nonprofits. There are people in your database right now that you know that you will want to start writing on a piece of paper. We have a call sheet that needs to go out, but if you have a piece of paper and a pen, keep that handy and just start jotting names down. Don't worry about what you're going to say to them. Just start thinking of the people that you can bless with this information, people that you can inform, not sell, not convince, but simply inform that this is an option for them, because you'll hear all the benefits for everyone involved. So you can write your questions down, or we encourage you to put them right into the chat box. We are monitoring the chat box. All questions that go in the box will be answered. I can tell you that about 95% of your questions will be answered throughout the class. We pretty much know what people are going to ask and put that in the class. But feel free to put it in. We want you to be interactive. We want to get to know you. By the end of this, at the end of each section, we open it up to questions. We bring all your pretty faces back on the screen. We want to encourage you to put your name, phone number, email address, and section of the country that you do business in. Where are you licensed? What do you do? Are you a realtor? Are you a nonprofit? Let us get to know you. This is a golden opportunity to increase your resources and relationships, because that's what's really going to lead to the revenue here. So section 1, let's get into the concepts and the collaborators so that you know who all these people are that you're building relationship with. And the first thing that we want you to know is, what is this connection between philanthropy and real estate and the IRS tax code? I was just at a conference for the last 4 days, and they kept talking about philanthropy and real estate separately, two completely different things. They have no idea that they can be brought together, and that's why we are in the world, to help them know that. So what is philanthropy? It's interesting to me. I meet people all the time who don't feel like they are a philanthropist if they're not Bill Gates and funneling billions of dollars, but truly the definition is simply the love of mankind and humanity, and giving of your time, talent, and treasure, meaning volunteering or making donations or helping to be a part of the solution in some way, for different ways that we can help our humanity. 501c3, surprisingly, not everyone knows what that is. I didn't know what it was. So because we're going to be talking about it so much, it is simply an IRS designation for qualified organizations that provide goods and services for the public good. We're actually going to show you a screen a little bit later that has all of the 17 different subcategories of 501c3s. So this is really an interesting class that you found yourself in. Tax deduction, introduced by the IRS in 1917. You'll hear us say quite often, this has been around for over 100 years. If it's been around for over 100 years, why haven't you heard of it? Well, you're going to find out here in a little bit, but know that it went into effect in 1917. Charitable gifts of all kinds made to qualified organizations designated as a 501c3, in our case, specifically real estate. And really, it was to incentivize, it was to help nonprofits to grow. It was to give people a reason to want to be more generous. Charitable gifts of real estate to qualified 501c3. This is part of what a charitable gift of real estate is. Provides the nonprofit an asset it can sell to fund its programs. This is not about giving real estate to nonprofits so that they can move into it or manage it. If you're thinking of a nonprofit you know that needs a building or needs a new house for unwed mothers that are pregnant or needs a facility, we're not looking for the specific facility for them to move into. We're looking for property around the country, anywhere that can be sold, and give them the cash to buy the property that they would want to move into. It entitles the donor to a tax deduction against adjusted gross income. So earlier when I mentioned the benefit to your client of $275,000, it's because they're paying less taxes on their adjusted gross income. If the asset is appreciated, increased in value from the time of the initial purchase. So this is why we really want to get the advice of tax accountants, CPAs. You'll hear an example that Bruce will explain here in a little bit about a specific scenario, but we need to know how much appreciation, what was the basis of the property when it was purchased, etc. So the donor avoids capital gains tax. This is huge conversation right now. So it sounds simple enough. Donor wants to donate a piece of real estate to a 501c3. Okay, sounds simple. But here's the thing. This is why we've never heard of this before. The gift of real estate, just like other large major gifts of assets, can be very complex and risky. Nonprofits themselves have been the ones that have been stopping this from happening. 90% of charitable gifting is in the form of cash because it's just easy. It's easy to ask for cash, and you'll learn why if a nonprofit is offered a check for $1,000 cash or a $500,000 condo. 99% of the time they take the $1,000 cash because it's just easier. So we're helping to bridge this gap, because only 2% of charitable giving is coming from gifts of real estate. And when you think about the fact that 43% of our wealth is held in real estate, that just doesn't make sense. It doesn't compute. So despite the fact that real estate is the largest asset class in America, there's been a big problem here. There's been this big disparity. So the solution that has been come up with is the specialized nonprofit. So if you could see me right now, you'd see that I have in one hand the donor, and in the other hand, the nonprofit that they want the proceeds to go to. And right in the middle is a bridge. That bridge is the specialized nonprofit who exclusively accepts gifts of real estate. If a nonprofit is here to help veterans, that's what they do. If they're here to help animals, that's what they do. Our specialized nonprofit exclusively helps with gifts of real estate. They provide the donor the full tax benefits, all the tax documents that are required. When that property is donated to our specialized nonprofit, the donor gets the benefits immediately, even before the property is sold on the open market. This specialized nonprofit absorbs all of the tax and financial risks. The nonprofit on the other side of the bridge that is going to benefit, whether it's 1 or 3 or 10, because one piece of property can benefit multiple nonprofits. The fact is they don't even need to know the address of the property. They are completely separate from the title and the financial risk. This specialized nonprofit works with brokerage communities to optimize the net sale value. In other words, the minute that they take possession of the property, it's time to list it. And that's where the real estate friends come in, listing these properties all over the country at a full commission, because they pay the broker a full commission to sell the property and grant other nonprofits the bulk cash proceeds on the other side of that bridge. So Realty Gift Fund is our specialized nonprofit. And I'm going to hand it over to Bruce Geis, who is my partner at Realty Gift Fund, and we will learn from him a little bit more about who they are. Bruce, would you like me to keep driving? Bruce, I can't hear you. Are you muted out?
Oh, sorry. I was
There
muted.
you are. There you are.
Thank you. You can keep driving. Good morning to everyone who is here. I'm glad to see some repeats. I'm glad to see one of my friends here who's joined me in office hours a couple of times and now is here for the class. That's great. Realty Gift Fund. So we are four experienced, I would say very experienced, 4 decades each, real estate people who have always had one foot in philanthropy. And we live in different parts of the country, and we have always practiced on a national basis, and we got to know each other over this issue of why does real estate perform so poorly in the charitable pipeline. And so we are brokers, we're investors, we're developers. I'm a builder from a long time ago. We have all served as consultants for clients for various reasons, but we have always had one foot in philanthropy. We have run boards, nonprofits, we have served on boards, we have raised money, we have solved problems. And so it was just sort of natural for us to come together. And if you'd give me a click, Cammie, it was natural for us to come together and say, let's throw this problem on the table and see if we can come up with a solution. In the years that we have been doing a Realty Gift Fund, these are the groups so far that we have supported. And frankly, I need to update this a little bit because the world is spinning around pretty fast right now. We've got a number of deals underway, a number of deals that are closing. But you can see here the variety of the topics from economic development and conservation and health and urban development, a lot of emphasis on youth development and food banks and education and social and rescue services. So I would say up in the upper left-hand corner of this list, the donor advised fund sponsors. We're going to talk a little bit about donor advised funds later on in the program. Our biggest gifts go to donor advised funds, and I'll explain to you why a little bit later on. Give me a click, Cam. So look, this is what happened to us almost 20 years ago when the four of us were sitting around a table in San Francisco, and we pulled up some research that showed that 43% of America's wealth is comprised of real estate. To nobody's surprise, actually 40%, 45% of the global wealth in the world is comprised of real estate. And it's a pretty static percentage. But, give me a click, Cam. When it comes to charitable giving, only 2% or a little less of total charitable giving comes from gifts of real estate. And we thought that was curious, and we were wondering if it was a problem. So we went on the hunt. We've interviewed over 1,000 nonprofits, donors, financial advisors, and in fact, we do think that real estate could perform better in the charitable world. Give me a click, Cammie, and we'll show you what we think is the starting point. In 2020, actually almost $475 billion was given to the charitable world in gifts of all kinds to all 1.3 million public charities. And we use the number 400 billion because it makes the math here simple. If 2% of charitable giving comes from gifts of real estate, that means $8 billion back in 2020 came from gifts of real estate. And if you give me a click, Cammie, what we're trying to do here is show another pie chart that converts these percentages into numbers. And if we go from $8 billion a year in that left-hand chart to $28 billion a year, that's about taking the giving of real estate from 2% of the total to about 6.5% of the total. And look at what the impact is if we do that. We believe that this is the addressable market. that we can add $20 billion a year at some point in time through gifts of real estate by simply focusing on the very complex marketing and solicitation and transactional issues that face the nonprofit world to be able to receive gifts of real estate. And of course, it is important, and it goes without saying, that if there is an additional $20 billion a year, or if there is $28 billion a year of additional giving, that equals approximately real estate commissions of $1.5 billion, because what we have researched and discovered is that the average sale, the average gift is around $600,000. It nets about $550,000 as an average gift. This yields a commission of $32,000 plus or minus. And every real estate donation needs a local broker to help us transact the process to convert a hard asset into cash. That is the goal. Okay. So, Cammie, take this back.
So the benefit for real estate professionals is why the Real Agents of Change was created. When I learned about charitable gifting of real estate a year and a half ago, I thought, holy cow, there are 2 million realtors in this country. What if we certify just 1% of them? So the goal is to make you proactive versus reactive. Knowing that this is possible and waiting around for someone to ask us about it is being reactive. We would react to someone saying, hey, do you know anything about charitable real estate? Being proactive is actually getting out in the marketplace and educating and informing, which is exactly what we're doing right now and why you're on the screen with us. So just to give you a little bit of my background, because I'm the one that brought you all here, that is on a mission traveling the country to get that 1% of realtors involved with us and all of our financial friends. So I've been in real estate. I did 15, 18 years in real estate as a top 5% producing realtor in the state of New Hampshire. While I was there, I did 2 shows on HGTV, including House Hunters, one of my big claims to fame and a lot of fun. You'll notice a lot of these images behind the words are lots of different events that I've put on with for-profit and nonprofit, because I've strategized with the largest real estate companies, the largest nonprofits, Make-A-Wish, Ronald McDonald House, some of the smallest, just a sweet little girl who has cancer in a local marketplace, to the largest. And when I saw all of this, and I went on the hunt to find the best nonprofit to be our specialized nonprofit, and I said, let's certify 1%. That's why we have created the Charitable Real Estate Specialist Certification course, and that's why you're here. So it was all that real estate experience that I have, going to hundreds, thousands of networking events all over the country for many years, working with all these nonprofits and helping the for-profit and the nonprofit come together and, leverage their purpose in their marketing. We call it cause marketing. I've been doing that for many, many years. And then I heard about charitable gifting of real estate, and it was like all those pieces came together, and I said, wow, how have I never heard of this? We need to teach some people about this. And the fact is, 2 months later, the pandemic hit, fundraisers were canceled, people were struggling and suffering. So it was just a perfect timing to learn how to do this. So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to open it up. We want you guys to be interactive. I want to invite you to put your name, your phone number, your email, your place of being licensed, whether you're a realtor, a financial advisor, a director for a nonprofit, a fundraiser. Let us know who you are. Part of our trainings is to teach you how to get out there and lead generate. So let's start it right now, because there could be a realtor and a nonprofit right now on this screen that could partner together and make magic happen. So what are some of your questions that are coming up? Feel free to just unmute yourself and come on and say hello.
Tammy, I have a question. And I know, I know we're all in this to be helpful, but also we don't want to hurt our income while we're doing this. And I know, it seems like real estate agents of change have been particularly involved with EXP, so you know what their incentive structure is to bring for agents to bring new agents in, and Keller Williams too has a structure for that, not the same one. So when you say that we should be telling everybody about this, and we're going to be soon having, it's not going to be so rare in our marketplace. It's like competition is coming. So is there an incentive structure when we, if I wanted to share this with people in my market area, they would be my competition unless there's some incentive structure. So has that been addressed?
I'm so glad you bring that up, Claudia. Thank you. Let me ask you, are you a real estate agent?
Yes.
And who are you with?
Keller Williams.
Okay, great. So I don't know if you're building a team, but this is a great way for you to build a team and to attract other real estate agents. But let me just share a little bit with you about the mindset of collaboration and abundance versus scarcity and competition. There are 1.3 million nonprofits in this country, and in any given marketplace, I don't care where you are, within a 20-mile radius, there are more nonprofits than you could ever help in a lifetime. And you may want to help the animals, and somebody else may be very religious and want to help the churches. In other words, there's so much. There's 8 billion a year. That's 16,000 transactions that are happening now without us. We're wanting to add 2,000 in our group, and ultimately 20 billion is going to be added. So first of all, I just want you to expand your thinking to the thought of abundance. And second of all, there are so many strategies around this to leverage how to make money making a difference. I can even teach a dog walker how to leverage this to build their business and double their profitability by being seen as the local dog walker who's helping the animal groups to make money through charitable gifts of real estate. So I understand your question, and I know that a lot of realtors are afraid of sharing with other realtors in their marketplace, and that's okay. If that's where your head's at right now, then you specifically don't need to talk about it in your marketplace. But you are going to find that there are clients in your marketplace that have property in Texas or Arizona or California or Florida. So if I were you, I would be talking to the nonprofits and the financial advisors in your marketplace so that you're not talking to other realtors, but you could talk to other realtors in other parts of the country because there is an incentive. There is a referral fee to be had. So for example, if one of your clients has a property that's in Phoenix or Scottsdale and you refer it to Tamisa, you have every right to get a 25% referral, just like you would right now. And the whole thing about Realty Gift Fund is they will not let a deal go down because somebody didn't get paid. We want to incentivize. Not only do we pay realtors a full commission, but we can give a marketing fee or a finder's fee, even to bird dogs that are out there looking for property. So suffice it to say, we are a group of collaboration and abundance, and we want everyone that comes to the table for this to make money making a difference in many different ways.
Thank you.
Does that help?
Yeah, and I just wanted to pick up on what you were saying. The bird dog fees, that's different in every state, I assume. And so we know what that is in our area.
It depends on what's going on, and Bruce could speak on that. But ultimately, if a property comes to for example, we have a gentleman named Michael Jones, who is not a real estate agent. He's been a real estate investor for many years. He just really loves what we're doing, and he is going out and finding big nonprofits. He's brought Parkinson's.org to the table. He's brought Construction Angels to the table. So when those groups start to have donations, Michael's going to get compensated. He's going to get a little thank you in his mailbox for bringing these nonprofits to the table. So suffice it to say, we know who's bringing who to the table, and you will get paid.
Do they get paid from the nonprofit side rather than the realtor side? Because I know there's
No, no,
legal
no.
limits.
No. Realty Gift Fund will have the property. They have possession of the property. They will give a finder's fee. It has nothing to do with the real estate
Oh, okay.
commission or any of that kind of stuff. Don't get too worried about that. You and I are going to be doing some work together. I got your check in the mail when I got in yesterday, and so here's my promise to you. After the class later on this week, let's you and I have an hour-long strategy, and I will help you come up with your strategy as far as how you can make money with this personally. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Great question, and I
Looking forward.
appreciate it. Guys, we're all about full transparency. We want you to ask even the most uncomfortable question, and I know that was uncomfortable, but the fact is everyone gets paid. You're going to make money making a difference. There's referral fees, there's all of that. And if you want to learn how to build a team, I'll teach you how to do that. And Keller Williams, EXP, Remax, I don't care who you're with. It's just a matter, this is a great way for you to open up conversations with other realtors in your marketplace or around the country that you can have a little team going on too. So that's another conversation. Anybody
Other
else?
questions? Other questions, please. Somebody?
Yeah, hello.
Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Yes, hi, how are you doing?
Good morning.
Pleasure to be on. I'm a founder and CEO of a nonprofit called Guardian Grange, which focuses on veteran healing using regenerative agriculture and nature, like involvement in nature for veterans to participate and work and get some new skills and find new passion and drive. And so I was a
Where are
former
you
Navy
located,
SEAL.
Mark?
I'm in Ojai, California.
Good deal. Thank you.
Yeah. So, and I also do have a real estate license in California that I've never used. I've just always maintained it since the military. And so I'm not sure I'm sure there's a way to be of assistance in that way too.
I can talk to you about that, Mark.
For sure. So yeah, I just want to thank Lori for inviting us on, because this is definitely right up our alley. We've been working on land deals, obviously, for partnerships in farming and stuff, but this obviously is a way to fund a lot of our operations because it's a big need. So excited to learn more about this and work with you all and whoever feels called to help out. We're down to do good work.
Mark, we're really happy that you're here, and once again, Lori has done a really good thing, as she does frequently for us and for herself and for her community, of bringing more and more people to the table to talk about this. And it kind of goes back to Claudia's earlier question. This opportunity is so large, no one person is going to take control of it or be deprived of it. You can share this information with as many people as you possibly can. And if you're the one who goes to work and puts your head down to get these deals done, you're the one who is going to be rewarded. Whether you're a nonprofit trying to receive a gift of the benefit of a gift of real estate, or if you're a broker trying to get paid for bringing one to the table. So Mark, I'm super happy you're here. Lori, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's share a case study, Bruce, and then we'll take a little break.
Okay. I'm gonna share something that I don't think I've talked terribly much about, just to sort of change it up. Again, we do, just so you know, we do, from time to time it does change, but usually around 50% of our donations are some form of residential home, either an investment home, a second home, or a primary home. Right now, that seems to be ticking upwards to around 65% of what we do. But, and I've got all kinds of stories about homes. I mean, you would think that they're easy, but you know what? By the time they get to us, they really are sort of never easy. And one of the continuing threads that connects all of our donations together, whether it's an office building or a shopping center or a simple vacation home, is the convenience that we provide to our donors. They're at a point in their life where they say, you know what, if you'll take this, we will give it to you, but you got to do all the work. And that's what we do. We make it really easy and really safe for our donors. But let me tell you a story of something that we're involved in right now. And this has actually been going on for about 9 months or a year. We got involved with two gentlemen, one from Arizona, one from Scottsdale, one from Minnesota, who own a piece of land in Minnesota near the Canadian border. 3 parcels of commercial land. They got an appraisal, which became the basis of their charitable deduction. We went into a donation agreement with each other, and we put a due diligence period out there to give us time to figure out what to do with the land and how to sell it. The best we could do was to come up with about 2 offers around $275,000 to $280,000 total for the 3 parcels. This is on a lake. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere. It does have residential around it, but it's not a vibrant urban market, okay? So we said to these gentlemen, if you'll spend some money with us and take some time with us, we will go into a rezoning process and see if that rezoning process yields us more by way of sale value. And before we actually made an application to the county to rezone these 3 commercial parcels into 7 residential parcels, my partner at Realty Gift Fund went out and got 6 offers for $710,000 combined. If you guys get this done, this is what we will pay for these lots. And we are in the final stages of a sort of a 5-month process of turning this commercial land into residential land. And we have put our buyers on notice that they should get their funds together, because the day that we record the new plat, which is about 10 days from now, we are going to sell them the land, and we're going to generate $710,000 less the money that it cost to get it done, which required building a road. So we're going to subtract about $100,000. We're going to have about $600,000 net for the nonprofit world from this work that we did. And because I'm a subdivision guy, I've built lots of subdivisions. I've built lots of communities in addition to office buildings and homes and stuff like that. This was not a very big deal. I'm domiciled in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and this was up in Minnesota, but it's no different up in Minnesota really than it is down here. And the effort was really quite worth it. It's a little early for a victory lap, but it looks like we are actually getting there. We're just a few weeks away from being able to send out about $600,000 to the nonprofit world.
What nonprofit will benefit?
These will be 2 donor advised funds at Fidelity Charitable.
And you all will learn more about the donor advised fund, but what that means is the person who now has access, the donor who has the fund that they can advise, can now dole that money out to nonprofits, 5,000 here, 20,000 there. They can take their time and give it to whom they want when that's where
Well, and I wanted to lead with this story, which I usually don't, because of the donor advised fund opportunity. In this class, we are introducing a section for the first time to talk about donor advised funds. Tamisa and I had an exchange a few weeks back where she really needed to know more about donor advised funds, and we wrote something down on paper together, and I kind of used that as a template for introducing it to the class. You all do need to know what donor advised funds are, and we're going to get into that a little bit later. So any questions on that story? If not, Cami, bio break?
bio break. Let's take a 5-minute bio break. It is 11:51. Let's come back at 11:56 because we got lots to go through.
Good deal.
Hey, everybody, I've just popped back on to be friendly. And if anyone wants to engage and introduce themselves, I am curious where you all have come from. So were you invited by someone like Mark with Lori? Did you meet me at an event? Did you see it in a realtor group on Facebook? Feel free to pop it in the chat. We're always wondering what works and what is appealing. And also in the chat, feel free to write what you are here for. Who are you? A nonprofit like Mark who's wanting to get funded? Are you a realtor who's wanting to build a team? Because there are people that want to do that, and this is a great attraction tool. So it is 11:55, and we are going to stay on track. When it rolls to 11:56, we're going to get into section number 2.
So are we going to switch drivers here, Cammie?
Oh, yes, we can. Okay. You can drive.
Mm,
I'd like to do the section about advisors.
Are we ready?
We are. It's 11:56, guys. We're getting started. Take it away.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the benefits and the strategies about gifts of real estate. We really have studied this topic super closely. In addition to all the transaction work we do, we spend a lot of time researching the topic, talking to the thought leaders in the industry, and talking to donors and nonprofits about what really works best for them. So that you understand, as a way of making it sort of a simple visualization, the nonprofit world, philanthropy is made up of basically 3 sets of stakeholders. You have to have a donor, obviously. You have to have a nonprofit, right? And the very important group that connects them together are the advisors, the tax specialists, the financial specialists, the wealth managers, insurance brokers, and now real estate brokers, okay? And these are the people who advise donors or advise nonprofits as to how to improve their outcomes, their financial outcomes vis-a-vis philanthropy. The donor and advisory groups have always been kind of all in when it comes to gifts of appreciated assets. They understand that when you pass an appreciated asset through a gift, that you escape charitable, or you escape capital gains taxes, the recapture of depreciation, and you get a tax deduction, and you get to eliminate things from your estate. But what has always blocked these gifts from being made are the nonprofits. And these nonprofits are essential to the gift happening. Nonprofits view real estate gifts as too complex, with too much risk. We don't have the cash to fund the gift. And by the way, every gift of real estate does require cash on the part of the nonprofit. They don't have the expertise on their staff. Their staff is full of fundraisers and financial specialists, but not real estate specialists. And most importantly, all these nonprofits go to conferences and they all share stories. And one bad story can contaminate the field of feelings around gifts of real estate. And so a bad experience just haunts everybody. And usually the boards of nonprofits just simply say, no gifts of real estate, thank you. In fact, the common story we used to hear when we were interviewing nonprofits, we took a gift of real estate once and we will never do it again. Or Some who were pretty sophisticated said, we will accept a gift of real estate, but the gift acceptance policy is as thin as a piece of paper. And if it doesn't meet those criteria, we're going to say no. And this is what has been blocking the market. Okay. Realty Gift Fund has been created by the four of us as a specialized nonprofit to insert ourselves as a qualified 501c3 in between the donors and the nonprofits. The donors are making a gift to Realty Gift Fund. Realty Gift Fund is making a grant of the net proceeds to the nonprofits. And the advisors, of course, are allowed to play a role here with us. But our mission, our sole mission, is to accept gifts of real estate, fix them, convert them to cash, and use those net proceeds to fund other nonprofits in the world. And of course, a big part of our mission also is our educational efforts. We spend 80% of the money that we put in our bank account on educating the world on gifts of real estate. And there is sort of an alignment of interests that we talked about earlier. There is an awakening going on in the nonprofit world around gifts of non-cash assets. So Realty Gift Fund has come to the table at a time when the research is being developed for the nonprofit world, 1.3 million public charities, that they ought to start paying attention to gifts of non-cash assets. Russell James, who is the lead researcher from Texas Tech University, and you write his name down, please, and Google him when you get a break or you get done with this class, and you'll find that there is a boatload of free research available for you to become smarter about gifts of non-cash assets to the nonprofit world. And that if nonprofits open the doors to these types of gifts, their endowments will grow at 6 times the rate as those nonprofits who only accept cash. Jackie Franey, who I've met and hosted at one of our meetings in Denver, presented one time and said donors will give 3 to 7 times more to a nonprofit if the nonprofit allows non-cash gifts, because high net worth donors are asset rich. And guess what? They've always been cash conservative for the most part. So if you can open the door to assets and allow them to keep their cash, they're going to give you more because they're giving you what they want to give you. And then working as we have so nicely with the University of Oregon, we have understood clearly that no additional donors are needed for a nonprofit. If you've got a 200 donors, 2,000 donors, or 200,000 donors, you do not need any additional donors from what you have to be able to solicit for a gift of real estate. Donors are already there and they already own these assets. This awakening in the nonprofit world is leading to a shift in acceptance policies at the board, not to accept these gifts directly, but to safely ask their donor community for gifts of real estate, and then collaborate with the specialized nonprofits who are out there who can handle these gifts for them. Okay? Now, the collaboration, of course, requires that both parties, Realty Gift Fund and the nonprofits, do their part. And we say, do what you do best, right? So the nonprofits, when it comes to gifts of real estate, we're talking about major giving. Major giving requires that you bring your donors close to your cause. They are already believers, they already love you, but you need to sort of increase the energy around that connection, cultivate those emotional connections, And in doing so, also share that you will accept gifts of real estate, and also share the benefits to the donors of gifts of non-cash assets. So this conversation just becomes more and more clear between the nonprofit and the donor, that the donor can get what the donor's always been looking for, is an outlet for their appreciated assets when it comes to philanthropy. Realty Gift Fund, on the other hand, in this collaboration, has to do its role. It has to intervene on behalf of everyone, provide its resources, solve the complexity of the transaction, and we have to agree, as we do in our donation agreements, that when we're done, the bulk of the money that we create goes to the nonprofit that the donor has indicated. And I'm saying it's usually at least 90%, if not 95%. There are some small exceptions, but what we're saying is we're in this to give most of this money away in the form of a grant. Now, the benefits to donors are clear. When you make a gift of an appreciated asset, and maybe the simplest thing for you to think about is stock. If you have $10,000 worth of Amazon stock that you bought for $1,000, if you sold that stock, you'd have a $9,000 gain and you would pay taxes on that. If you give that stock to a nonprofit, $10,000, you escape those capital gain taxes completely, and you get a tax deduction against your adjusted gross income for the market value of that stock. In real estate, you get that tax deduction based on the property's current appraised value. You go out and get an appraisal and it says $600,000, and you make a gift to the nonprofit. That is your tax deduction, $600,000. You get to make a significant gift, a legacy type of gift, while preserving your liquid assets to protect your lifestyle, to eliminate a complex asset from your estate, and to simplify the transfers of your wealth to the next generation. The liquid assets go to the next generation, not necessarily the complex assets that the next generation really doesn't know much about what to do with. As I said before, all of our donors come to us and say, if you'll accept this gift, if you'll just do this for us, we will give you the whole darn thing. We have taken office buildings on that basis. We took a shopping center on that basis one time. We did a resort on a partial interest in a resort on that basis one time. And we've done lots of homes. We're talking to a gentleman right now who's got a $1.2 million ranch up in a beautiful, beautiful part of New Mexico. And he is just saying, you know what, if you'll just take this, I'll give it to you, and I'm going to figure out along the way who my nonprofit's going to be of choice. He's got to talk to his wife about that. Convenience is a big part of it. Now, to be clear, you do not have to give, when it comes to a gift of real estate, you do not have to give the entire asset to a nonprofit. You do not have to give the entire asset to Realty Gift Fund. You can ask for a partial cash payment for any reason. Part cash, part gift is called a bargain sale. The cash can be used for any number of reasons, commonly to pay off debt, or to return the initial investment, or to trim the gift portion down to a size that someone can easily use, okay? You may not be able to use a $600,000 tax deduction against your adjusted gross income because you don't make enough money. But you could use a $300,000 tax deduction over a 6-year period. And so by writing a check to a donor for a half of the value of their $600,000 appraisal, we trim their gift down. It's called a bargain sale when it's part cash and part gift. Okay? Tammy?
So you may be thinking to yourself, well, these are all great benefits. And I love that now I'm learning about this, but who in the world would possibly donate their property? This is a big question that we hear a lot. And what we want you to know is 80% of the folks who Realty Gift Fund does business with do this for altruistic reasons. In other words, they are a veteran and want to help the veterans. They do have a house full of animals and love animals. They are wanting to leave more legacy to the nonprofits they love. They just have never known that this was a possibility. And 20% do it for the tax benefits that we're talking about. But either way, what we want you to know is you already know them. You know them, they're in your database, they want to do it. Like we said earlier, this is not about convincing or selling. You can't talk somebody into giving a piece of property away. And the good news about that is you don't have to try. We simply educate and inform. And look, they are grateful to know about it. They are so grateful, as Bruce is talking about, even from the simplicity of getting rid of the property, or they're so grateful that they can help the warriors out there that are in our veteran groups. And they are eager to learn more. It is a great way to start a conversation that will lead us to a deeper, meaningful connection, building more rapport, and letting them know how this works. So you already know them. Where do you find them? You already know them. And we're going to teach you how to ferret them out, how to identify and access. And you also, there are a lot of them in your marketplace that you don't know, but ooh boy, what a great avatar to add to your business. The high net worth, the multiple property owners, the ones that you can educate, that even if the 1031 tax exchange goes away, there's another way to eliminate the tax burden. So we just want to throw this in here and let you know, we know that you're thinking, where do I find these folks? And we're going to talk about this more at the end. But now we're going to talk about the benefits to the nonprofit. And this next screen here has all of the 17 different subcategories that I mentioned earlier. There's this is why, Claudia, there is so much opportunity here. You could have 100 specialized charitable gifting specialists in your marketplace and never even run into one another, because some are going to be really focused on one and some are going to be focused on another. And just like any real estate agent can work with any buyer or seller, we're not saying you have to pick one to work with. I'm just saying some people are going to be more called to work with universities. My God, look at the opportunity in the education realm. So Bruce, take it from here.
So for a donor or for the nonprofit, the benefits I think are pretty obvious. You receive the benefit of a gift of real estate, but you avoid the risk and the liability. This is the chief thing that I received an email from a nonprofit in Central Michigan just yesterday, who we had a Zoom call with, and I sent some information to them at their request, and they wrote back and they said, wow, this is like a miracle. Because they do recognize that when it comes to major gifts, that real estate is the largest asset class in America, and it is so overlooked. And they have a role. Without them, we cannot help them benefit from gifts of real estate. They have to plug their donors with the information and ask for gifts of real estate. But once they get somebody interested, we can lead them to the water, and we can usually get them to drink, and we can handle the transaction for them. They get the benefits of the gift, but they completely avoid the risk and the liability. A huge advantage to the nonprofits is that they get to embrace their donors' best interest. The number of times we have talked with a donor who have said, I tried to give my gift to my alma mater, then I tried to give it to my wife's alma mater, and then we found you, and you're the first one who has said you would take it. If you don't allow gifts of non-cash assets, if you're a nonprofit and you don't allow gifts of real estate, you're missing out. You're missing out on the gift that your donor is trying to give you. And if you allow them to give it to you, you draw them closer to your cause. They were there already, but you have to draw them closer by saying yes to the things that benefit them. They want to give appreciated assets. And Russell James makes an interesting, super interesting observation that when you take a gift of a non-cash asset, particularly real estate, you are strengthening your relationship with that donor by tapping into their wealth bucket. And you stop asking them to give you cash out of their disposable income bucket. Huge difference, not only for the convenience of the donor, but for the behavior of the donor. If you allow a donor to give you a vacation home out of their wealth bucket, guess what? Now they're closer to you, and now they start seeing themselves as wealthier. And they're going to start giving you more, and the research actually proves that to be the case. In fact, as we said earlier, the nonprofits that accept gifts of non-cash assets grow their endowments at 6 times the rate of nonprofits who accept only cash, and their donors will give them 3 to 7 times more in each particular gift if they open the doors to non-cash assets, and they can expand the number of major gifts without adding one new name to their existing donor list. I've run nonprofits, guys. That is a really important thing. You live in the universe of your donor community. They are your lifeblood. And it's hard enough to just maintain the interest of your donor community without having to expand it to include people who are, maybe not all that interested in your cause unless you talk them into it. But if you can live with the donor community that you have, the group that already loves you, and tap into a vein of wealth by simply asking for a different kind of asset, a different kind of gift, that makes you a better nonprofit. It makes you a better fundraiser. Okay? Then we come to, go ahead, Cammie.
So we're talking about the benefits to all of the 3-legged stool, or the triangle of trust, as I like to call it. And the benefits to the advisors are numerous. And we put the realtor and the financial advisor and all these folks into one category of advisor, and we'll break it down a little bit here. So real estate broker, once again, elevating you to a broker, to your brokerage and management to advisors. You are truly advising the high net worth. You're advising the nonprofit world. You are in an elite group now of people who have this ability that 99% of your marketplace simply don't have and won't have. You switch focus. Now, this is important, from a seller focus to a seller that is not emotional, meaning we've all, as realtors, had that client that had 4 kids and they all wanted to put their input in on the listing and how to sell it and what to do, etc. When this property is donated to Realty Gift Fund and they become the seller and they are the ones who hire you at a full commission to list and liquidate the property, you've now met Bruce. You can see they are logical. They are commercial brokers with philanthropic intent. They are easy to get along with because they're not emotional about the deal. That is, I've interviewed realtors who've done deals with them, and they've said that is one of the biggest benefits of this as well. And then the earning full commission on the listings. We've talked about that a lot. We really want, and look, if you're a nonprofit on here, you need to know that that's important, that the real estate agents that love you and support you, Mark, those those realtors in your community who love you, we're not asking them to give 10% of their commission to you or to donate to you. We are saying we will pay you a full commission to give him a check for hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's a shift in consciousness that we all need to notice. Now, the advisor world, move a hard asset to assets under management. Financial advisors manage assets. The one asset they can't manage is real estate. But when that real estate can be liquidated and turned into an asset they can manage, meaning that donor advised fund or that cash that comes out and the cash that goes in to buy more stock or life insurance, etc., we are helping the financial advisor community to increase their assets under management by understanding how this works at well. And it preserves the next generation of clients. A lot of financial advisors have clients right now that when they pass away, they're not going to have that client anymore. But if these properties are liquidated and the funds are put into a donor advised fund that can be left to the children, imagine we've now had real estate worth millions of dollars that they could not manage before, now is in a donor advised fund that's been left to the kids to manage. See, they are retaining clients. There's so many benefits and ways to make money with this. Now, for all advisors, certification as a charitable real estate specialist, there's that designation that others do not have. It's that unique sales proposition that we're talking about. Become proactive. So you're going to hear us talk about what are the steps to really make this happen. There's 5 L's that I'll be talking about. Right now, you're doing the first L, you're learning. You're learning what this is. The second L is lead generation. We're going to start talking about that at the end. How do you start generating leads no matter who you are on this call? The third L is list and liquidate. So whether you're a financial advisor, a nonprofit, or a realtor, the listing and the liquidating is where the rubber meets the road to get the cash to the nonprofits that deserve it. The fourth L is leverage. How do we leverage this in the marketplace? How do we get the media to be interviewing you and showing this on the news? And the fifth L is leaving legacy. So to become proactive is to get involved in all 5 of those L's, not just learning what this is so that if it may possibly one day come up, you'll know what to do with it, but to actually instigate and create the leads, etc. That's being proactive. Third bullet point there, strengthen relationships with existing clients. Every one of you on here have clients that would donate real estate, but we've never had that conversation. So how in the world would we possibly be able to pre-qualify anyone? We'll be sharing a story with you soon about a woman that you never would have imagined would have had a piece of real estate, but she did, and she became a hero to her nonprofit. So we're going to strengthen these relationships. And we all know that in real estate and financial advisor, people will hop and skip and go to different advisors. But when we have a tool like this, we solidify that relationship. We gain access to those new clients. You know, there are some really high net worth clubs in your marketplace that have people who've been using that same realtor who's been around for 30 years. And we would love to do business with them. We would love to be listing property on the lake or out in the country club, etc. But we've never had a way in. Now we do. Now we're having an intelligent, sophisticated conversation that even their 30-year veteran realtor has no idea about. Leveraging marketing with charitable success stories. These stories that we're sharing with you, imagine if you have, when you have one of these in your marketplace, and you can be seen handing that check for $400,000 to the local soup kitchen or the local veterans. How do you leverage that? See, this is about building your business and getting resources and relationships and revenue that come from the donations and come from being seen as a socially responsible human being on the planet. 87% of the marketplace wants to do business with those that are socially responsible. So we want to leverage this in the marketplace. Expanding professional and social spheres. Look, whether you're going to a room or a Zoom, whether you're physically walking into a networking event or going on a Zoom, this elevates you. We cannot go to a room that doesn't have multiple realtors, multiple financial advisors, multiple nonprofits. This makes you stand out, step up, step into a new way of helping people give smarter. It is a conversation that people are going to want to introduce you into. This is building your business at the highest level. So there's all these reasons and more.
Yeah, and Cammie, if you don't mind, I'd like to back up just 1 second here
Sure.
to the financial advisors. Cammie and I created this class for basically the real estate community almost a year ago. Because the real estate community is kind of left out when it comes to the educational opportunities in the nonprofit world, how nonprofits work, fundraising concepts, what have you, which actually is a very, very complex financial topic that most fundraisers and most nonprofit professionals get plenty of education over, okay? The real estate community does not. So we have created this certification class, not only for real estate brokers to get educated on philanthropy in general, but to also help everybody with the topic of the charitable giving of real estate. The giving of real estate, I'm going to say it over and over again, is a major gift. It's a major asset. It's as Russell James likes to say, it's a gift of a major asset, okay? And financial advisors initiate 65% of all major giving to the nonprofit world. So financial advisors are actually, if you're in this class, and let's just say you're a real estate broker, and you're trying to decide, well, I'm going to use this knowledge to go, introduce myself to my favorite nonprofits. That is a good idea, okay? When I introduced myself to National Jewish Health in Denver, when I lived there for a brief period of time, I was introducing myself to 300,000 donors who support National Jewish Health. That was a good idea. But if you want to go to the fastest lane, where they drive the cars really fast and things get done at a higher rate of speed, you want to contact financial advisors, because they initiate 65% of all major giving in America, according to our friend Russell James. And guess who their favorite nonprofit is? It's the Donor Advised Fund. And so we just thought that it was time, and today's class is the first time where we're going to have a little review of what is a donor advised fund, because if you get off of this class and you say, well, heck, I know a financial advisor and I'm going to call him, you would be well served to know what a donor advised fund is, because most financial advisors, when they talk to their clients, are talking them into giving their money to the fastest growing public charity in America, the Donor Advised Fund, okay? And here's what it's all about. The Donor Advised Fund is a charitable investment fund that is regulated by the IRS as a public charity, okay? Think of Fidelity. Fidelity Investments, you see the green arrow running down the street, in the TV ads. Fidelity also has a charitable arm called Fidelity Charitable. And they are a qualified sponsor, licensed by the IRS to hold donor advised funds. Donor advised funds are investment funds that are funded by a donor, either at one time or periodically. You can fund a DAF and then add money to it as you go later on. And every time you do, you get a charitable deduction for doing so. And you put it into this fund that is administered by a qualified sponsor, and the qualified sponsor allows you, as the donor, to say, I'm going to use this fund to make grants to other charities over the years, 2,000 here, 5,000 here, 10,000 here, or I'm going to make all of this, I'm going to use all of the money to fund one nonprofit, but I'm not going to give it to them all at once. I'm going to give them 20 grand, 20 grand, 20 grand until my fund runs out. Some funds become so large that they don't run out. And when the donors pass, the direction of that fund falls to the children, okay? These are an alternative to a private foundation, which a private foundation is much more expensive to start and to administer. But a donor advised fund allows the money inside of this charitable fund to grow on a tax-free basis. And they can make contributions to it periodically, and they can make grants from it periodically. They can never get the money back, okay? It's always now intended for a charitable purpose. But if you're a person who has been making continuously writing a check for $5,000 out of your pocket for the Cancer Foundation or for the veterans or what have you, you now have a fund from which you can write these checks as long as your money holds out. Now, the advantages to the financial advisor of a donor advised fund is that the direction of the charitable account can include or be passed to others, say to the next generation. For once in their life, the financial advisor gets a chance to hang on to mom and dad's account to be paid for managing that account, because the account is not associated with mom and dad. It's associated with mom and dad's donor advised fund, which is kind of a static ownership. It's like a little company. And when mom and dad pass away, the kids step in and take over and direct what happens there. But the financial advisor can hang in and be the financial advisor who gets paid for investing the funds. And so the financial advisor often retains the next generation, and the financial advisor is allowed to earn fees for managing the investments inside of the donor advised fund, okay? Big advantage to a financial advisor whose client has made a major gift that might happen only one time in the donor's life and converted a hard asset into assets under management, AUM. So I just want you to see that this is kind of, when you speak to a financial advisor about, hey, I took a class, I heard a story last night, or I participated in a class yesterday, and I just wanted to share it with you because it made me think of you. Do many of your clients make charitable gifts? Do they have philanthropy strategies? Do any of them own real estate from which they can make their charitable giving? Contributing real estate to a donor advised fund converts a hard asset to assets under management. The advisor earns fees on this. The advisor is not going to refuse your phone call. This is a cold call that is almost warm by its very nature, okay? And I just put a list up here of the largest DAF sponsors in America: Fidelity, Schwab, the National Philanthropic Trust, et cetera. These also happen to be, I think all 6 of these happen to be in the top 20 nonprofits in America. Okay, that's how important donor advised funds are. And by the way, even Fidelity Charitable, which is the largest public charity in America, does not like gifts of real estate. They will accept a gift on a very limited basis, and when they don't like the gift, they either call Realty Gift Fund or someone who does what Realty Gift Fund does. And we do a lot of work for Fidelity and for the American Endowment Foundation, National Christian Foundation, because they just don't like gifts of real estate. In fact, nonprofits team with Realty Gift Fund because we take the risk, we do the work. We are real estate professionals. We are philanthropy professionals. And what's important about that is, I want to say this now so that no one ever confuses. I had an email with a nonprofit just 2 days ago, which drew a rave review when I said to her, believe me, we will never ask, when we do work with you, we will never ask you for your list of donors. Your donors belong to you. And your donor relations are the lifeblood of your nonprofit. We are trying to strengthen that relationship, not work our way into it and pick it apart at all. Okay. We have run nonprofits. We know what they're up to. On average, we grant at least 90% of the net charitable funds that we create to other nonprofits. And you combine this together, the RGF platform allows nonprofits to switch from being proactive to being proactive from reactive when it comes to gifts of real estate. Amy?
So here's why nonprofits and real estate agents, this is why you want to work with the real agents of change. Now that you've met Realty Gift Fund and you see how spectacular they are, there are 3 reasons that I chose Realty Gift Fund as the nonprofit, the specialized nonprofit for us to work with. Number 1, they will work with any and all of the 1.3 million nonprofits in this country. I interviewed some that will only have like a handful, like a half dozen, and you have to choose from their nonprofits to give the money to. Wonderful causes, wonderful nonprofits, but it doesn't give you the ability to give to your nonprofit. So number 1, they will give to any nonprofit. Number 2, they keep 10% or less, sometimes as little as 3%, depending on how big the deal is. And that's all dependent. Is it a $200,000 donation or is it a $200 million donation? In other words, there's a lot of factors there. Some of these nonprofits I talked to kept 30% no matter what. And some of them keep as much as 100%, because when you donate to them, you as a donor get the tax benefit, but they keep all of it. So that's important. And number 3 reason that I chose Realty Gift Fund is because they will pay real estate agents a full commission. They are real estate centric. They understand the benefit of incentivizing realtors. They are realtors, they get it. Others didn't care anything about the realtor or how it got sold. So I share that as I start talking about why you want to work with the real agents of change. Next slide, please. Because what we're doing is we are helping through our trainings, through creating our community, through having our Facebook public page and private page, and the programs we're putting together, and the strategy calls, et cetera. All these things that we are doing is to funnel more business to the best specialized nonprofit in this country whom you've met today. So as you're thinking of who in the world would donate property, we're going to help you figure that out. Once you know who to talk to, the next thing is, what do I say? How do I say it? We'll be talking about that a little bit at the end of this class, but we get into it even more with the programs that we're putting together, which are one-on-one group coaching, whole offices, whole companies. We are working with specifically one whole company who gets it. They said, what? You're going to have a specialist in every state, in every city in that state that's helping the 1.3 million nonprofits? Yeah, we want our realtors to know about that. They're smart, they're visionary. They see the benefit to not only helping the nonprofit world, but to making money while they're making a difference. So that's why not only nonprofits, but real estate professionals, financial advisors, and leaders are all part of the tribe. We call ourselves the ROC, RAOC for short. So you become a part of the ROC so that you can learn more how to be proactive than reactive. So let's stop sharing screen and let's open it up to any questions, any ahas, any anything that you guys want to get more clear on? What kind of questions do you have?
Whoop. I have a question. This goes to the cross section between a bargain sale and the donor advised fund. And what I'm curious to know, you were talking about putting assets under management, benefit for the financial advisor, and using Realty Gift Fund is an advantage for the donor because they get to direct where the money goes, and it can be over time transferred to generations. Where is the tax deduction benefit? Is that at the time of the entry of the funds into the donor advised fund, or is it over time as the gifts are doled out to the charitable organizations? It's kind of getting in the weeds, and I just have a
Great,
basic understanding.
great question. And I was actually thinking about your question earlier this morning as we were starting this class, Jefferson. And I don't think we make it clear enough, early enough, what goes on here. When a donor makes a gift of real estate to Realty Gift Fund, the donation agreement has a provision that says, when you are done, Realty Gift Fund, here's where the money's going to go. It's going to go to a donor advised fund. It's going to go to the cancer. It's going to go to my university or what have you. But when that title transfers, that's when the charitable gift has been made. And that's when the tax deduction is earned. And we actually provide the donor upon accepting title. It's basically a real estate closing, okay? But part of the documents are some tax documents that we provide the donor, and they attach those documents to next year's tax return to start the process of claiming their charitable deduction. The deduction is, and the certificate that goes to them says, here was your appraisal. That's the basis of your tax deduction, less the amount of money that Realty Gift Fund paid you as a partial cash payment if they paid you anything at all. Sometimes they're an outright gift, 600,000, boom, just gone. And sometimes they're a bargain sale, 600,000 less a $300,000 payment. That makes a $300,000 gift. The certificate states all of that. And that is provided to the donor, and it is sent to the IRS. The second step, which is to sell that asset, is what funds the donor advised fund or the specific nonprofit stated in the donation agreement, okay? But that step has nothing to do with the tax deduction. The tax deduction is a given on the first step. We call that the charitable gift. We call the second step the charitable funds.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Who else?
And I just put in the comments, just to take that one step further, why that's so important when we start coming to the end of the year. So let's say it's November or December, and the donor realizes, oops, I need a tax donation big time. But if I sell the property, if I put it on the market right now, December 1st, it's going to be January, February, June next year before it sells. But as Bruce pointed out, there's two steps here. When they meet with Realty Gift Fund, it's November, December. They have a couple of net sheets. They decide, yeah, I'm going to make this donation. The minute Realty Gift Fund takes title, that's what instigated the tax deduction. Therefore, it happened on December 1st. Now we're listing it with Tamisa on December 2nd, and it's not selling until next year, but that's irrelevant. They got their tax deduction that year. So that's why we're going to be doing a real push around this come fall to find those people who are wanting to get a deduction.
Very good point. Very good point. And we have done deals exactly like that, where they closed in December. We went start to finish in 21 days on a 100% empty 85,000 square foot office building in Indianapolis for that very reason.
Well, let's go ahead and share that story.
Well, I tell you what, that's not as good a story. I mean, I think you've heard the best part of that story. I just told you, 85,000 square feet, 100% empty. Start to finish in 21 days. We closed on December 29th. The company that owned the building got their charitable deduction. And then we had kind of another story as to the ownership. But the one I really wanted to share with people, Cammie, because you brought it up, and I know that there are a number of people who have been here before and heard this, but it's important to understand that not every gift of real estate comes from somebody who is rich. And in fact, I am dealing with a lot of kind of middle class, middle income, upper middle class, but certainly not the 1%, certainly not the 2%, certainly not the 10%. Okay. These are just smart people who have assets, who have been prudent their entire life. And here's a story about a person like that. And this is National Jewish Health. I mentioned them earlier. I used to live in Denver. I got to know the people at National Jewish Health really well. We talked about gifts of real estate. They said, yeah, we've taken them. We had some success. We had some dramatic failures. We really don't like it. If you'll do it for us, we're all in. And they have one hospital in Denver, and they have 20-some fundraisers around the country. And they shared the message with the fundraisers around the country. And the one in Washington, D.C. had a woman in her book of donors that she was responsible for managing. I think her book comprised 150 donors. And this woman had been giving National Jewish Health $25 a year for 32 years. Okay, that's who this gal was. But this fundraiser kept track of her because they knew one thing about her. She was loyal. And you never know what's going to happen with a loyal donor. And that is a true statement. And sure enough, one day, Linda Grable calls the fundraiser and says, I've owned a piece of real estate for 30-some years, bought it for my folks. They've passed away. I rented it. The tenant has just moved on. It's 4 hours from my house. I live in Maryland. The property's in Pennsylvania. It's a ski cabin. If you'll take it, I'll give it to you. Not a very big gift, okay? $70,000 appraisal. That was going to be her charitable deduction. The fundraiser had the talent to say, thank you for your very generous offer. Let me get my real estate team on the phone. She knew nothing about real estate, but she knew that Realty Gift Fund was there, and she said the perfect thing. Let me get my real estate team on the phone. We had a call the next day, 3-way call, fundraiser, donor, Realty Gift Fund. 2 days later, we were writing a contract to accept the gift, noting National Jewish Health as the sole beneficiary of the outcome. We hired a broker. Key first step for Realty Gift Fund, hire a broker who got into the unit and said, you got a problem here. We need a team to put this thing back together. It was going to cost $13,000 to repair the flooring, the walls, there were holes in the sheetrock. There was a roof leak. There was a plumbing leak. I think there was some mold. There was a broken step on the front porch. This was a 900 square foot unit, by the way, ski cabin in the Eastern Poconos. But we did get a team on the ground in just a few days. We got bids from all the people involved, electricians included. We were going to start start the work on a Monday. It was a Wednesday. We got an offer on a Thursday before the work began. The buyer said, stop. I'll pay you $70,000 for the unit if you'll give me a credit for the bids you have to get the work done. I want to do the work myself. $13,000. We sold her essentially the unit for $57,000, and National Jewish Health got a check for $45,000 from a woman who had been giving them $25 a year for 32 years. And that is what happens when you sort of ignore what you think is true about a donor, and you just pay attention to the behavior of a donor who is loyal to you and one day has the capacity to make a more meaningful gift according to the donor's capacity. It is certainly not the largest gift National Jewish Health ever got, but it's the largest gift that woman ever made. Okay? And I think it's a good story. I like that story.
Questions? All right. Well, let's take a quick bio break. It's 12:50. Let's come back at 12:55 and we will get into some of the details. See you guys in 5 minutes.
I'm going to stick around if anyone has a question here.
Bruce, how you doing?
Hey, Michael, how you doing?
Did you get my email about the suggested presentation to the CSA Society
When did you send it?
over the weekend?
You did?
Yeah, I reached out to them about doing a webinar, and he asked me to put something in writing that he'd look at it, and so I threw something together. I can probably resend it to you. Thought it was decent.
Okay.
I was just surprised that neither
It
you or
was
Candy.
Friday. It was Friday that you did this. Dear Anthony, like to present a webinar on the benefits in the changing tax. You know, Michael, I don't know how this, oh, I know how this happened. This was the day that my grandkids showed up.
Are you trying to tell me you're easily distracted, Bruce?
I have a 5 and a 9-year-old living with me right now. It's just me and my wife who's got going through her knee replacement.
Oh, geez.
So I'm taking care of my wife and I'm taking care of a 5 and a 9-year-old. And the only reason I'm doing this class today is that they're on a field trip.
Oh, gee.
Okay.
Yeah.
My world is going to be this way for another week.
Well, you didn't have to. I just curious what you thought of it. I was just trying to pique their interest enough to get them to let us do it. So I thought it'd be a good way.
I mean, I think it's a great idea, actually. I think it's a great idea. I'd like for, I mean, this is really where Cammie should step in and help you with this kind of material and what have you, and I can certainly help as well. But we ought to get Cammie involved in this one.
Well, I sent it to her also.
Yeah, I saw that you did.
But my thought was either you and I or all three of us can have a hand in the presentation. It doesn't have to be just a CSA.
Right. No, I think it's a good idea. I think it's a very good idea.
Well, we're trying to get in front of financial advisors and hopefully we'll hear back.
Good Lord, Bruce, I heard your 5 and 9-year-old story. Ah!
Ah,
Ah!
what do you think, Tamisa?
I couldn't do it.
I'm getting to know you better and better every day by sharing these little stories with you. Yeah, I mean, he's 9 and she's 5. And she desperately is trying to keep up with him, physically and also stage presence and what have you. So she's a little bit more aggressive and outgoing than he is. They're both just the sweetest kids in the planet. But guess what? It's every 5 minutes, you know, I need this, I need that. Can I have that? Can I watch this? Can we read this? Can we play that? You know, and it's all good. I mean, they live in Atlanta. I don't get to see them that much. But, you know, it's not something you can do for more than about a week.
I know, I have a 7-year-old granddaughter that I get worn out just from the chatter.
I know. I was thinking this morning as I was getting up that I'm going to change the topic of our conversations a little bit to just sort of chill the pace of the conversations, because otherwise they just sort of come at you a mile a minute. But
Good luck.
you know, it is kind of fun. They're both in the water today. One's in the river doing something, and one's on a lake kayaking. So
Sounds fun.
hopefully they'll come back really tired and hungry.
Well, we're glad you're here.
Well, I like being here for sure.
Okay, friends, it is 12:55. As promised, we will get back on it. And Bruce, if you want to share your screen, we will jump into section 3.
Okay. Everyone can see this?
Yes.
Okay. And Cammie, this is kind of your thing here, right?
This is my thing. So people are always asking what qualifies, and I hear the strangest questions about what qualifies. Ultimately, any type of property that's not a timeshare will qualify, but let's go through some examples just to give you concrete things to think about. So any residential, whether it's their primary residence, a second home, an investment property, residential, as Bruce was mentioning earlier, is a very hot type of gift. Any kind of commercial. And, you know, when we start talking about those nonprofits that will accept something, if it's local and simple and residential, they may accept something local, but what about that commercial property? What about that farm out in Idaho or that strip mall in California? So multifamilies, office buildings. You know, the great thing about this is Realty Gift Fund is comprised of commercial realtors who have done any and all kinds of things, including developing land, as Bruce was talking about earlier. So any kind of land, raw, farmland, ranches. And I hear this question a lot. And once again, no timeshares. People tend to think that we're looking for property people can't get rid of, or that they, you know, that is an albatross or an eyesore. It is not like that at all. All of these properties that we deal with, you have to remember, Realty Gift Fund is taking title. They're paying off mortgages. They're giving cash. They have out-of-pocket expenses. They have roofs and paved parking. So the property needs to be marketable, meaning it needs to be something that will go under contract in the next 30 to 60 days. So there's a few things like length of ownership. It needs to have been owned for at least a year, because that's how long it needs to be owned before the tax consequences kick in. Type of ownership. We do have a form that we will share with you that is a really simple 10, 12 questions that we can ask a property owner in the beginning to see if the property qualifies. Once again, marketability. Now, you might take one property, as Bruce was talking about, that office complex that was 100% vacant. See, right now, a vacant property like that may or may not be very marketable. But if they look at that and they say, you know what, we have the expertise to actually put 70% vacancy in, get some tenants, etc. If they can make that property marketable with a new roof or with new tenants or with some paint and carpet, then they will. So marketability can shift based on them being willing to invest some money into it. But just don't be looking for properties that people can't get rid of. Be looking for people who want to make a generous donation. Now, the underlying tax circumstances we don't know about. Realty Gift Fund gets into that with the specific donor. But on average, We're looking for property that has 200, 250,000 in equity. Now, we just shared that story with you about $43,000 in equity. And those kind of deals do come up and they do happen. But because we are marketing that Realty Gift Fund takes 10% or less, and because they do have a base fee of $20,000 to be able to do these transactions and do them well, we're looking for property with that 200 sweet spot, at least as a minimum, because it's the equity that is going to the nonprofit. I have people ask me all the time, what about a property that's underwater? Like, what about a property that's upside down? What about a property that's in a short sale or it's tax delinquent and all that? And I just want to really drive this point home. We're looking for property that has equity. If there's no equity, there's nothing to give to the nonprofits at the end of the sale. Average equity is 540,000. Now, in your marketplace, like where Tamisa is in Scottsdale, $1 million property is almost a tear down. In other words, every marketplace is different. But on average, after doing the studies, that's about the average amount that goes to the nonprofit. Maximum size is unlimited. What if it's a commercial building that's 20 million and they've got a $10 million mortgage? And you'll learn as we continue to go on why it is that that we can pay off these mortgages and stuff. But what if there's a $10 million mortgage? Fine, we can handle that as long as it's a good deal, as long as there is equity and it's marketable and it can be sold, as long as it's not something that we're keeping around. Some people will ask, will you take property and hold it waiting for the market to shift and sell it in a year? Well, there are exceptions to every rule, but typically, no, not at all. Next. Getting into the documents now, I'm going to give this to Bruce.
Okay, so there are some documents that are, essential, and they're fairly obvious, but this first one is one that is probably the most important document that we share with our donors right from the start. I had a conversation with a potential donor yesterday or the day before, introduced to me by a donor advised fund sponsor. And as they always do, I said to this donor, based on our conversation, I will send you a net gift estimate. You're going to see one of these things in a little bit, but it is basically a good faith estimate of what we think the outcome is going to be if what the donor described to us in the initial call turns out to be true. Then we have a donation agreement and a bargain sale agreement. The donation agreement is for an outright gift. A bargain sale is for a part cash payment, part gift. They're very similar to each other otherwise. They are Realty Gift Fund documents. We authored them and we use them. And we also authored a disclosure agreement that talks about the need for an appraisal, the need for the donor to find the appraiser, to pay the appraiser. It is the donor's appraisal. It is the only cost a donor has in a deal with Realty Gift Fund, but we don't tolerate any fraud when it comes to appraisals. Don't bring your brother-in-law to say that this property is worth $5 million when we can sell it only for $1.5 million, okay? And then the certificate that we were talking about earlier that goes from us to the donor and from the donor to the IRS to claim the charitable deduction is known as Form 8283. It is signed by three parties: the appraiser, who states what the amount, the value is, the donor, and from Realty Gift Fund, who also states, here's how much cash we did or did not pay the donor. The math is kind of implied in the document, and the donor goes on from there to claim their charitable deduction. If we sell a property within 3 years of receiving the donation, we have to fill out a Form 8282 and send that to the IRS so that they can match up that the property was appraised at 600,000 and we sold it for something reasonably close. We almost never sell it for 600,000, but we'll sell it for 590 or 595 or 580 or what have you, sometimes a little less. Those are okay, but you can't take a $600,000 property and sell it for 150 grand and make the donor feel secure in the claim they've made for their tax deduction. And this is why these two forms are sent in to the IRS. It's sort of a self-auditing procedure. When it comes to a listing agreement for Realty Gift Fund to sell the property, and when it comes to a purchase and sale agreement for Realty Gift Fund to sell the property, these agreements are, if you're a realtor in the audience here, these are your agreements created by your firm according to your state regs and all the disclosures that go with them. I want to show you what this net gift, this is an exact duplicate of a net gift estimate, okay? This is what we send to somebody within 48 hours of our first phone call with them, and we assume that what they have told us is true for the sake of creating an estimated outcome. They've said the property we think is worth $600,000. We think we have a mortgage that's around $150,000 that you're going to have to pay off. And therefore, the difference between those two numbers is the charitable gift of $450,000. This would be a bargain sale, part cash, part gift, okay? So the first thing Realty Gift Fund knows is it's got to write a check for $150,000. But now, once it signs the agreement, it goes into a due diligence period, just like any other real estate deal. And we do an inspection and we take a look at the property and then we have a closing of the donation, and there are closing costs, most likely just the title fees and recording fees. This is the stage where the closing costs are minimal, but now we own the property and we have holding costs, we have maintenance, insurance, utilities, et cetera, and we might have repairs. And so we've said in this example, $3,000 of this other stuff added to the $150,000 partial cash payment. Realty Gift Fund is into this deal $153,000. We have listed it with a real estate broker. We sell the property for $600,000. The first thing that happens is Realty Gift Fund gets reimbursed for the donation costs it has invested in the property. Now we have real closing costs because we have a broker who needs to be paid a full commission, and we have other closing costs that come to bear. In this case, $42,000, and we are netting $405,000 from the sale of a partial gift of a $600,000 asset. Realty Gift Fund does not charge a fee. Okay, I want to be clear about that. Realty Gift Fund does not charge a fee. We are a nonprofit. The gift has been made to us. We own the entire gift, but it is our pledge, and actually in writing in the donation agreement, where we say, this is how much we are going to retain for our nonprofit, and this is how much we are going to grant away to this nonprofit. And in this case, we have said Mary Jones is donating to the National MS Society. Realty Gift Fund is going to keep 8% of the outcome of this gift and grant away 92% from ourselves to the MS Society. This document lives with us from the beginning to the very end when we start inserting actual numbers to take the place of the assumptions we made in the beginning. And at the very end, it is all actual numbers, and it reconciles with the 2 settlement statements involved in the donation step and in the sales step. And everyone kind of knows the path right from the start, and we see how close we got in the end. Okay? The only thing about the donation agreement that is worth really pointing out is that it's a real estate agreement with charitable provisions in it. The recitals talk about the donor's charitable intent. The recitals talk about Realty Gift Fund's acceptance of the gift subject to the terms of the agreement. And the terms of the agreement are spelled out in the provisions, which talks about closing costs. We pay them all. The qualified appraisal, the donor has to get one. The representations by the donor, again, of the donor's charitable intent, and the fact that Realty Gift Fund is going to be reimbursed anything it has invested in the property. And we are giving the donor the right to advise us as to where the money goes when we're done. We always, of course, encourage, as you probably do in your ordinary real estate transactions, that your client gets full independent advice from a tax professional. The bargain sale agreement differs only in that there is a stated purchase price. We are, by this time we have found out exactly what the mortgage is worth, and we say we are going to write you a check for X number of dollars for the purpose of paying off your mortgage, or we're going to write you a check so that you can buy replacement life insurance for your heirs because you just robbed them of their inheritance. And this, if you buy a fully paid up life insurance policy with a check for 200 grand that we've sent you, it passes to your heirs tax free, but it passes as cash, not as an empty warehouse in a foreign city that your kids don't live in and your kids wouldn't know how to handle anyway, okay? The disclosure that we talked about is really all about the appraisal and the fact that there's going to be a Form 8283 and an 8282, and that we are protecting against fraud. And once again, I'm restating that when it comes to the listing agreement, the purchase and sale agreement, and all of the other disclosures, whatever it is your company makes your clients sign or your state requires, we sign that stuff. We are a great client, okay? We do have a evaluation form that we've created here to help you if you have a conversation with somebody, or if we have a conversation with you and a potential donor. These are sort of the things that we're going to focus on. We're going to focus first on the donor's goals, and everyone's goals are different. You have to understand, a gift of real estate is a major gift. And the donor is going to have unique ideas about what surrounds this gift. And we need to make sure that we understand that and that we are serving the donor. The more we serve the donor, the more donors we have, okay? So that is an important part of the evaluation, the initial evaluation. And of course, we want to know the obvious things about the property. We never ask a donor to fill out one of these forms. We simply have a casual conversation with them. And along the way, we talk about where is it? What is it? Is it occupied? Who's the tenant? How long is the term of the lease? What's the condition of the property? What else should we know? Do you have any debt on it? What is your tax basis? We will ask these questions that we don't expect you to ask, but you can ask for, what's the property's address? What type of property is it? We don't really need to know much more about it than that to get ourselves going. You give me a property address, I can look something up on the internet and I can determine whether it's a home, or an office building, right?
Bruce,
And
I have a
that's
quick
kind of
question.
the end of section 3. Michael?
Can I ask you a question, Bruce?
Yeah.
Stop sharing screen.
Kind of a weird question, but at what point does the donor donate the property over to your nonprofit, and at that point, is it non-revocable?
Yes. Yes, look, when you sign a donation agreement, Michael, it's like signing any other real estate agreement. You have a period of time where you're actually investing in due diligence, you're hiring inspectors, you're looking at the title, you're looking at easements, the survey, what have you, and you get to a point in that process where you say, we will close. And when you close with the title company or with an attorney and title passes, that's it. The gift has been made. It is an irrevocable gift, which is what entitles the donor to a tax deduction, is the fact that the gift is irrevocable, okay? It cannot be undone. I mean, I suppose anything can happen, right? But technically it cannot be undone. Realty Gift Fund owns the property. Realty Gift Fund can do whatever it wants with the property at that point in time, except that it does have a commitment in the donation agreement of an intention to do something with the property that the donor sort of agreed to.
Is that the reason that they pay the appraisal fees, because they haven't committed up until that point?
The reason that the reason we make them pay for their own appraisal is because it's their tax deduction. And we want, there are a few activities in a gift of a non-cash asset where there needs to be arm's length distance. We want to be arm's length concerning the value that the donor believes the property is worth and that the donor is going to claim as a charitable deduction, which is why we make them sign this disclosure agreement against no fraud. We give them the right to hire their appraiser. We make them pay for it. It is their tax deduction. Once we get it and we own the property, the donor has irrevocably made the gift and can no longer be involved in the property. We can hire anybody we want. We can lease it to anybody we want. We can sell it for any value we want. It doesn't matter. We own the property. And our circumstances are different than the donors are. So the fact that the donor no longer has a right to say anything about the property is what qualifies the donor for the tax deduction.
I suspect you're giving the donor a estimated value of his contribution prior to the evaluation, which could come in different, I would imagine.
Well, we provide the net gift estimate as a way of saying, here is your potential tax deduction. If you are right that this property is worth $600,000 and that's the appraisal you're going to get, and we are not writing you a check, that's an outright gift for $600,000. That's step one of understanding what you're into. Step
So
two,
you're using his number for that calculation?
I am.
Okay.
Step two in the net gift estimate is to say, and here's the outcome of what we're going to go through. In this particular market, in that particular location, we think we're going to produce, $550,000 worth of charitable funds for the purpose that you are making the gift. Okay, that's all we say to the person in the beginning. Now, most often what happens, Michael, is the donor says, thank you for that net gift estimate. I'm going to go talk to my tax advisor. And we're going to see, what to make of, not whether you're right or not. We're just going to see how valuable is this to me.
Well, you wouldn't have access to his, his depreciated basis and all that other stuff, right?
Right. I challenge, if there are good real estate brokers on the call today, I've had this conversation over and over and over again with the most experienced real estate brokers in America. How many of you, when you signed a listing agreement because a client came to you and said, Mary, I got to sell my car dealership. It's just, you know, I'm moving it to another location. I want to sell this property and blah, blah, blah. How many of you ever asked your client, what's your tax basis in the property? I guarantee you nobody, no real estate broker ever asked their client, what is your tax basis in the property? They don't care. You're totally irrelevant to the assignment. It's completely relevant to what we do because it helps them understand their tax savings. And actually their tax advisor knows better than we do as to what the outcome of that would be. Tamisa?
So is there a required time for that appraisal to be done?
Yes. It cannot be done any earlier than 60 days prior to the donation transferring. The title transfers from the donor to Realty Gift Fund. The appraisal can be done earlier, but not any earlier than 60 days. It can be done later. I have a gentleman right now doing it after the fact. And it can be done up until the day before you file your tax return next year for this year's taxes. But the appraiser has to be told if the appraiser is doing the assignment in January of next year for a donation in August of this year, that it has to be as of the date of the donation. So and appraisers do this all the time. They're able to look backwards with their comparables and what have you to say on that date, this property was worth this much.
Sadly, sometimes they are looking too far backwards, but that's another subject.
That is another subject entitled. I mean, they're always in their, appraisers are always in their rearview mirror, right? You know, the installation of a camera when you put your car in reverse was the best thing that ever happened to an appraiser. They see more clearly, but they still see backwards.
So if you donated your property in August, but you weren't going to get you'll get the tax deduction for that year, why would you be appraising it in January?
You can't, I'm just saying you can. It's allowed.
Okay.
It's
So
allowed for you.
if properties were appreciating, you could take advantage of that potentially.
No,
Well,
you have to look
caveat-
back. You have to look back to what it was worth then.
Oh. Well, then
But the
why
one
the heck would
caveat-
why would anybody wait to do the appraisal then?
Well, let me share what this is about, Bruce, because you've explained this. What we say is you can write off the appraised value regardless of what it sells for. Now, depending on the marketplace, that might be a great thing. It might appraise for $1 million, and 3 months later, it actually closes for 800,000. Doesn't matter. It appraised for $1 million. That's what they can write off. But what about in a market that's going up? What if it appraised at $1 million, but now it just went under contract for 1.2? So where this comes into play is if it actually sells for more than appraisal and they want to actually take that extra 200,000 as a write-off, they can get a new appraisal and see if that new appraisal will jump up the value of the deduction. Is that right, Bruce?
Well, Cammie, you make a really great point that because donors ask the question all the time, am I limited in my tax deduction to my appraised value? The answer is yes. You are protected at the appraised value. If it sells for less, your deduction is your appraised value. If it sells for more, you're stuck with your appraised value. So Cammie makes the point that if the property sells for more within a reasonable period of time, you might say as a donor, hell, I got a bad appraisal. I'm going to go hire another appraiser, or I'm going to challenge my earlier appraiser and say, you didn't do you got it wrong. It was really worth $1.2 million. And sometimes that actually is worth it. Okay. Or Cammie, in the first case, if you're a super conservative person with a super conservative, because let's say you're a high profile, socially recognized person, and you want to be caught doing the most conservative thing, and the appraisal comes in at $1 million, and the property sells for 850,000, you might say the 8283 that goes into the IRS is going to say $1 million, but you can claim $850,000 as your tax deduction. You can just say, I'm playing it safe. Okay. And there are, Michael, look, I've got one guy right now who's, been on a trip for a month. Everyone's like going crazy right now because we're vaccinated. We can all do what we want to do. We're going to close on his property before he's had a chance to get it appraised. It's also in a market that's like overheated, like most of them are. And the appraisers are, out a couple of months. He's just not going to get it done.
You let me know when you find that socially conscious person that takes less than the appraised value.
I will let you know that. Thank you.
I have a question for Bruce. And when you talk about the bargain sale and you talk about one option of what to do with the cash is to buy life insurance so that the kids, the heirs still get the full value of the real estate. So as a former life insurance agent, I'm thinking about potential donors, and most of them are up in years. And what comes with that is often, health issues. And first of all, I don't know how insurable they are, but then second of all, the expense of insurance, if you're up in years, first of all, and have, various health conditions, which is fairly common when you're up in years, the life insurance is going to be pretty pricey. I mean, if it's even available. So, you talk about that like it's an option.
It is an option, Claudia, because look, I'm 73 years old and I know I'm in better health than you are. Okay.
But that's the exception.
Okay. So I'm talking about this is an option, right?
Right.
You can't take any generality and say it just doesn't apply. Okay. It does apply to people and they do use it and they do it all the time.
And there are single premium policies that.
Yeah, so I was just thinking it might not be as available as is being promoted because of.
Well, it's certainly going to have its limitations, and you're right. If you're 85 years old, I don't care what your health is like, your expectancy is probably another 5 years, right? So that's going to be a very expensive life insurance policy. But if you're 60 years old or 65 years old and blah, 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 that becomes actually a pretty real option.
And remember, guys, that, as we're talking about, once the donation is made to Realty Gift Fund, and they can do whatever they want with it. Some people might think, oh my God, I don't know what if they don't do something legitimate with it or something? I want to always stay top of mind of how much integrity is here. When you are doing deals with Charitable, with Fidelity Charitables, the largest nonprofit in the country, if Fidelity Charitables has done their due diligence, and all those others that we talked about, Girl Scouts, all those other ones, you don't have to worry about anything being shady or something weird happening to the property. Our goal with this is to add $1 billion a year to charitable gifting, and we are doing everything completely above board and legitimate. And that's why when you're talking to a donor, we always say the first thing you want to find out is what is their intention? Because if it's someone who is trying specifically to get one over on the government, and how can they finagle the bagel to work to their advantage just to take advantage of the system, they may not be a good candidate for us.
Yeah. And our worlds are separate. I mean, let's just be realistic. Claudia makes a really good point about the insurance policy. Michael makes a really good point about, the person who is actually going to play it more cautious and claim a lower deduction. I'm simply trying to point out the rules to you all so that you know what the options are. You can take a partial cash payment we were talking to a person who decided not to do the deal with us. We were going to make them a $4.5 million payment on a $6 million property. because that's all the charitable gift they could take. But that $1.5 million gift was going to pass free of capital gain taxes. The $4.5 million, which is taxable, was going to be put into a 1031 exchange, and it was also going to pass free of taxes on a deferred basis. So I'm simply saying that when you've been in the real estate game long enough and you know what all of your options are in front of you, there are 10 different ways to slice charitable giving in a way to benefit not only yourself and your heirs, but your nonprofits and the other people who are involved in this, financial advisors, real estate brokers. There's a lot of people who benefit from this, which is what we call the charitable leverage. The amount of dollars created by a charitable gift of real estate is usually more than the gift is valued at. And we'll get into that later.
Which is the next section.
Is
Jefferson, we're gonna, yeah, so we're gonna take your question, Jefferson, and then we'll take a break because the next section really gets into the weeds. And we want you to know up front, you don't have to be a tax attorney. Matter of fact, you need to get an accountant. You need to talk to other experts about all of this stuff. This is simply to show you how the charitable leverage works, not so that you think you have to go explain it, because I can't explain it, and I talk about this all over the country. Jefferson?
Just a quick nuts and bolts question. In the case of a charitable gift of real estate to RGF that has a mortgage balance owing on it, until that property sells, who's paying the monthly mortgage, RGF or the donor?
Good question. When we sign a donation agreement with a donor, it has a due diligence period during which we are investigating the property until we say yes, and then we put the title company on notice we're going to do a closing. And the title is going to transfer from the donor to Realty Gift Fund. Up until that point, the donor owns the property, is entitled to the benefit of the income, the obligations of the expenses, and the risk of owning the property, and the obligations of paying the mortgage. The lender, the mortgage holder, is going to require that on the passing of title from the donor to Realty Gift Fund, that mortgage be paid off and we pay it off. Okay. I mean, we write the check that pays off the mortgage on behalf of the donor.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mary has a question. She'd like to know, give an example of a deal you did not take, something that didn't qualify for some reason.
Well, I have said no numerous times to people who have a half an acre or 25 acres in the middle of nowhere, where there's, and I live in New Mexico, and if you ever saw the movie Glengarry Glen Ross, it was written, that movie 40 years ago was created about a real estate deal in Albuquerque, New Mexico. But there are many subdivisions across the country which are just paper subdivisions. There are owners who own lots, and there might be, in one case, 500 owners of 500 lots south of Albuquerque that doesn't have a dirt road to it and doesn't have a well or any utilities to it. There is no commercial value to any of that land at all. The developer, who the sponsor, who, whatever you want to call it, sold 500 deeds to 500 different people and then left and never performed on the subdivision. I get that. We did in fact take 40 acres in the middle of nowhere one time. We owned that property for 4 years before we were able to sell it at a value that was well below what we thought it was worth. We'll never do that again. Okay. Another one is you take a house, a simple house, a beautiful house, wonderful house, worth $1 million, $900,000 mortgage. By the time you pay off the closing costs and all that, there's no equity. There's no there. There's nothing that's going to go to the nonprofit world. If we can't deliver something to the nonprofit world, we're not interested in doing it.
Really, a lot of this has to do with common sense. Because if you think the whole process through, a property that's being donated has to have equity. If there's no equity, there's nothing to go to the nonprofit. A property that's being donated needs to be marketable and easy to sell, or why would Realty Gift Fund come out of pocket to pay off mortgages and give cash and put on a roof? So we really want to think about it logically. What kind of property has plenty of equity and would sell easily? That's what we're looking for. We're not looking for junk that others can't get rid of either.
Hey, Cammie, another way of looking at it, because you stated that really well, if most of the people on with us except Mark are real estate brokers, would you take a listing on that property? I mean, I've said no as a broker to listings I knew I couldn't sell. I just knew that the owner's expectations were way off the mark, okay? Or that for some reason, zoning or water or contamination or whatever, I just couldn't sell the property. So Cammie's right, it's common sense. But let's not get confused. Someone came to me the other day and said, well, okay, I'm assuming that the amount of debt you're willing to pay off is 50% of the appraised value. Well, okay, I had somebody offer me a $20 million property the other day, and he had a $6 million mortgage, but he also wanted an $8 million payment. So that's $14 million. We thought $20 million, maybe it's really worth 18. If it is worth 18 and we got to pay off all this stuff and we have closing costs, we're still going to create $800,000 to $1 million worth of charitable benefit to the nonprofit world. Hell yes, we'll do that deal. Okay. I just want you to know that it's not an easy answer, but it is, as Cammie just said, a logical answer, right?
And some of you might have seen about a week ago, I was out scooting around on my scooter and I came across a vacant property, and it was derelict. Like, it had been beat up. It was really filthy and dirty, but it's clearly vacant, and clearly somebody needs to do something with that property. So I did a video about it just to give some ideas about, when we're, as real estate agents, we're out driving around, we see a vacant property, you need to stop. You need to get the address and look it up. And the fact is, as a real estate professional, you need property to make money. And if you want to list, so these vacant properties may not be ideal for us. Maybe it doesn't have enough equity, but back to the logical thing, it could be $1 million piece of property with a $900,000 mortgage, and you could still list that and get your $50,000, $60,000 commission out of it, and they might break even. So my point is, you might look at some properties that you hand a Realty Gift Fund, and Realty Gift Fund can't do the deal because there's not enough equity, but that doesn't mean you can't still list it for the property owner. So there's a lot of business to be had, whether it's a donation or not. On that note, it is 1:38. The next segment is a lot of weeds, and we want you to really be able to stay with us and pay attention. Let's come back at 1:45. Let's take a little bit longer, do your texting or whatever you need to do. At 1:45, we're going to get into the weeds. This is a very short segment. It won't take very long. And after that, we'll do some role play and talk about people that you want to talk to and how you'd start conversation. So we'll see you guys at 1:45. Hey friends, just want you to know I'm here if you have any questions. And just to speak a little bit about the certification, if you go to therock.com, which I'll put in right now, therock.com/register, that is a place where you can go to pay the $200 to get certified. When you go through that link, it asks you to sign up for a class and pay the $200. You can do it through PayPal, or I think there's another way on there. Anyway, you can go there for that. And for those of you who become certified, I am wanting to line up some interviews. So for example, Claudia, we need to get your interview done. The interview is the Real Agents of Change interview series. And we do the interview, it's 10, 15 minutes tops. And just for a way to leverage yourself in your marketplace, you're being interviewed as a real agent of change. I ask you why you feel like you're a real agent of change in the world. I ask you what marketplace you're in, what nonprofits you like to support, and we can leverage that in a press release and things like that for you. So for any of you who have joined the tribe in the last 45 days or so, since I've been out of pocket a little bit with personal deals, we need to get some interviews lined up so we can get your press release out. So Claudia, we'll get that scheduled here soon, okay?
Thank you. One thing I did want to ask you, and because I don't know if this is premature or not, I'm going to a charity dinner on Sunday, and today's the deadline for the ad book. And I didn't know, my husband wants to put a greeting to the honoree. Okay, fine. But I didn't know if I put in a separate ad for what I'm doing, I wanted to be able to ask several questions directed at the different people, like do you have real estate gifts that you would like to donate, but your favorite charity has told you they don't accept real estate? Or would you like to know how to accept a gift of real estate without any of the hassle? But I don't really know how to phrase what the questions are.
Sure.
To capture
So
all
is
the
this a
audience.
book? Is this a booklet that is for a specific nonprofit that's for their fundraiser?
It's for their fundraiser. So
Right.
maybe I shouldn't put something in there.
Well, I would certainly talk to them about it. Let them know that you're wanting to help them get an average donation of $550,000 from one donor, and that you're wanting to educate their population. We can get into this more a little bit later, but it's a great question. So how do we help these nonprofits to get donations? And it's wonderful that you're thinking of putting questions in there. We want to be really smart with the questions. So we are creating surveys as we speak with Dr. Russell James, who is the master at communicating about major gifts of assets. He has videos called Words That Work. So for example, we would be better off to ask people about charitable gifts as opposed to a donation, just different words, right? And there's a lot that we can study around that. And when we're talking about this, it's so funny. We'll talk about asking questions that help to educate people. So for example, this question does not work. Have you ever heard of gifts of real estate? No, the answer is no. So why would we ask a question that's going to start with a no answer? They don't know about it. So it might be something more like, would you like to give smarter? Would you like to be a smarter contribution to this
Donor.
nonprofit? Would you like to become educated on how you can give smarter and major gifts of assets? So we can talk about that a little bit more. We're looking to get some surveys created that you can leverage as a realtor to your center of influence to educate them about it. Surveys that the nonprofit itself can send to their donors that aren't, hey, have you ever heard of this? The answer is no. And it isn't, would you do it? We want to ask questions. So for example, I'll give you one and then we'll get on to the next segment here. Generous, I'm trying to get away from the word donor. Generous supporters of causes like this love the following benefits that they receive from making donations of real estate. Which of the following benefits do you like best? A question like that, now you can bullet point 5 things. Not paying capital gains tax, being able to give from the wealth bucket as opposed to the cash pocket, right? So when we line out these 5 different benefits that they are not aware of, and it's in the form of a question, which one of these do you like best? Which one of these would benefit you best? Which one of these would you like to hear more about? Now they're reading and saying, oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Wow, I'd like to know. I want to know more about all of these. So what we've done in that question isn't just asked a yes or no question. We've actually just educated and informed them and piqued their curiosity without making a statement, but by asking a question that's much less threatening. So we're going to be doing trainings on this, Claudia. Thank you so much for bringing it up.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the
So you know what,
training.
Cammie, my short run question is, it's better not to jump out of the gate before you're prepared, because your first impression is very important. And I'll certainly live to play another day, because this is the world that I live in, and if I'm more prepared when I go public, that's probably better. So I'm not saying that I have to act on this opportunity, or otherwise, I don't really have to. But do you think I could
What
be
you
able
could
to
do,
that time?
what you could do, what state are you in, Claudia?
New Jersey.
So what you could do is you could post New Jersey's first certified charitable real estate specialist.
I can
Ask
always say that then.
Ask me how. You can
And just stop. Just stop. Say that and just stop.
Yeah.
Okay? Make it really simple, Claudia. I would encourage you to do something. Okay. I would encourage you to not wait until you are prepared, because something that I can't remember what my daughter always says.
About getting ready to get ready.
Yeah, perfection is not necessary. Okay.
Right.
The point of it is that action is more important than perfection.
Okay.
So I like what Cammie just said. New Jersey's first, blah, blah, blah. If you just said charitable gifts of real estate, safe and easy, ask me how. The ask me how part, Cammie, is really an important thing. I think that's one of the things that Michael Jones came up with when we had Russell James on the phone the other day. But somebody came up with this ask me how business. Great idea. Great idea. Because Cammie's point is, you don't want to pose a question where the answer is no. You want to pose a question where all the answers are yes. Which one do you like the best? But you're still asking a question which requires them to respond to you. It's like a perfect thing to do.
Yeah. Questions are really, I always think of them as my superpower, but seems like everybody in this group kind of uses questions as their superpower.
Cool.
Well,
right.
There's always more studying we can do to ask the right questions that are open-ended and not yes or no. So on that note, let us get on to the juicy bits of numbers. Bruce, take it away.
Okay, so here we are, section 4. And this is really the last technical section of the class. We are going to talk about some other good stuff after this. This does require your attention. I'm going to go as slow as I can because I want you to grasp what is going on, and then I want you to kind of forget it. I want you to be affected by it, but I don't want you to feel like you have to become expert at it, okay? And you know, I just have to disclaim right from the start that only a qualified independent person can actually make an accurate estimation of someone's tax outcome. We're making this particular example up from scratch. So let's repeat something that we've already said a couple of times before. The gift cycle is 2 steps. First, there is the donation, and then secondly, there is a sale. These 2 steps pass through the title company separately. There is a settlement statement for the donation and a settlement statement for the sale. Realty Gift Fund is really good at working with title companies at compressing the fees that occur at both steps so that it feels like one step in terms of cost. But the first step creates the charitable gift, and the second step creates the charitable funds. And in almost no case is the donor only interested in step 1. The donor is usually always interested also in step 2, okay? Now, we're going to take an example of somebody who is going to donate property for us, and this is the property that they're going to donate. And I'm going to give you an example of the outcome. They have some options that they can, that you know, they have optional paths they can follow. We're going to follow all of them and see what the outcome is. This donor of this residential investment property bought this property for $300,000, quickly invested another $20,000 in it. And so the owner's initial tax basis was $320,000. Essentially what that says is if the next day the owner sold the property for $320,000, there'd be no taxable gain, there'd be no taxes paid, okay? That's why we track the tax basis on a property. Every investor of investment property is required by the IRS to take depreciation over the years, which is a write-off against the income you earn on this property of the property's depreciating value. You cannot depreciate land, so you subtract the land out from the $320,000, 45 grand, and you come up with a net depreciable asset of $275,000, okay? The government says you can take depreciation over 27 and a half years, which would be in this case $10,000 a year. And if you've owned this property for 10 years and your initial tax basis was $320,000, your current tax basis is $220,000, okay? So your tax basis is always shrinking, going down, going down, going down, which means that if you 10 years later sell your property for the exact same amount you paid for it, you have a taxable gain, the difference between what you sell it for and your current adjusted tax basis. But guess what happens? Properties go up in value. And so as the property is rising in value and your tax basis is decreasing, that difference becomes your taxable gain, and the IRS loves that part of it because they get to tax you on that. They tax you on various tax rates. Things that apply to your tax circumstances apply to everybody's tax circumstances. As to your ordinary income tax against your ordinary income, there is a Fed rate, a state rate, and what is known as the NIIT, or formerly the Affordable Care Act rate of 3.8. On ordinary income, a rich person pays about 45.8% on their income taxes. That's their tax rate. On the properties that qualify for capital gains treatment, their all-in rate is 28.8%. And on depreciation recapture, you're going to see why this is separated out. It's 33.8%. I want you to know these tax rates. Everything in turquoise here, the total amount of depreciation taken, the current adjusted tax basis, and the three tax rates, they're going to apply in the next couple of screens, and you're going to see why. Okay? We are going to take a $600,000 property that a person has who wants to make an outright gift of that asset, and we're going to compare it to a partial cash payment where there is a mortgage to be paid off. You've seen this example earlier. And the charitable gift is shrunk from the full $600,000 down to $450,000 because there has been a partial cash payment. The cash payment is taxable to the donor. The gift portion is not taxable. It passes free of capital gains taxes. And we're also going to look at a third example, which is a gift of after-tax proceeds. And that's actually the first thing we're going to look at. In other words, we have an owner of this $600,000 property who is just going to sell his property, okay? He comes to you, this is just an ordinary deal that happens to you. An owner comes to you, I want to sell my house, I think it's worth 600, you look it up, you agree, you list it for 6, and guess what, in this market, you get $600,000. There's a 6% commission, there's proration of property taxes, there's title fees, what have you. The total closing costs come to 7%. The net proceeds come to $558,000, okay? That is basically where all deals stop. You deliver, the title company delivers a check to the seller for $558,000. You've pulled your commission out of that, and everyone goes home and everyone's done. But guess what? What really goes on is that after that, the seller owes taxes on that $558,000. That's the taxable portion. And here is how it works. You have to subtract from the $558,000 the current adjusted tax basis, which we earlier said was $220,000. That gives you what your taxable gain is. In this case, $338,000. And on that gain, you are going to pay taxes according to two different tax rates. One on the depreciation recapture that you have taken over the last 10 years. The government forces you to take that depreciation, and then they tax you on it when you sell the property. You subtract the depreciation recapture from your gain of $338,000, and the rest of what you owe taxes on is called your capital gain, $238,000. You apply the tax rates that we looked at on the earlier page to each one of these taxable amounts, and you can see that the taxes paid by this seller were just over $102,000. So the actual after-tax net proceeds to this donor is about $456,000. That is what happens to a seller who simply sells his property and doesn't pull any tax trick like 1031 exchange or something else to avoid their taxes, this is what you don't see in the months following the deal that you help them broker. Okay? Now, guess what? This seller actually went to his alma mater and said, I'd like to make a gift of this asset. I think it's worth $600,000. And the alma mater said, no, thank you. We don't accept gifts of real estate. Why don't you go sell it, pay your taxes, and give us the balance? And we're going to, for the heck of it, show you what the outcome would be if there is a gift of the after-tax proceeds. The charitable gift is $455,700 to a nonprofit. And here are the cash benefits that flow to both the donor and the nonprofit from this gift. There has been no partial cash payment made by the nonprofit to the donor, but the donor has made a $455,000 cash gift to the nonprofit and gets a savings on their taxes according to their tax rate, which on the earlier screen we showed was 45.8%. It's as if the government wrote this person a check for $208,000, almost $209,000. That's the savings against all of their other income. So the net benefit to the donor is $208,700. To the nonprofit who gets the donation, it's $455,700. The total cash benefit between them, $664,400. Well, gee, that's more than the property was worth. That's what we call, those are the charitable funds, and that's what we call charitable leverage. The benefits, the cash benefits that flow to everybody are more than what the property was actually sold for. And in this case, the charitable leverage is 11%, more than $600,000. Okay? That's a pretty happy outcome for actually everybody, except I think the donor who was looking for a way to avoid those capital gain taxes and depreciation taxes and couldn't find an outlet for it. But let's see what happens when that donor does find an outlet for it. The donation now becomes a $600,000 gift, okay? Not a $455,000 gift, because the appraisal was $600,000. There was no payment from Realty Gift Fund to the donor. It's an outright gift of $600,000. That's the gift. The same property sold for $600,000. We have a little bit more of a closing cost with Realty Gift Fund because there's two settlement statements, just a shade bit more. So $3,000 more in closing costs. The net proceeds are $555,000. So what we're doing here is we've already established what the charitable gift is, but we're now going to hunt for what's the amount of the charitable funds. Well, it depends on what taxes are paid. Well, guess what? The sale is by Realty Gift Fund, which is a nonprofit, does not pay taxes. The net proceeds that flow to the pure nonprofit world, $555,000. Okay, so to summarize, what are the after-tax benefits to everybody on this deal? We didn't make a cash payment to the donor. We don't have to think about that. The donor made a $600,000 gift to a nonprofit, which was worth $275,000 to the donor in avoided tax payments against all of his other income. The nonprofit world got a gift of $600,000 less the closing costs, or $555,000, the total cash benefit, almost $830,000 of charitable funds. This is charitable leverage to the tune of 38%, more than the property actually was worth. Okay? We just wanted to show you, this is how, on a rudimentary level, taxes are determined by people who pay capital gains taxes, and what the benefit is of people who avoid those taxes through philanthropy, and how much more cash flows to both parties. And of course, what we're not even talking about is that part of those closing costs, that 7.5%, that $45,000, $36,000 of that went to the broker who's on the class with us today. There's plenty of money that goes around to benefit everybody, but look how much money went to the nonprofit world. There are, I don't know, I've never asked Russell James this question, but 1.3 million public charities in America, I'll bet you 60% of them don't have a budget of $600,000 a year. They're small, right? This makes their entire year. You can imagine that if there is a partial cash payment on which someone pays taxes, and a partial gift on which they escape taxes, so part charitable gift, part cash payment, that the outcome is going to be somewhere in between the first two examples I gave you. The charitable leverage in the first deal was 11%, and the second deal was 38%. Well, here the taxes are paid on the partial cash payment of $150,000, and the benefits that flow to all of the parties comes up to a charitable leverage of 22%. I mean, this is in your workbook. I don't think we need to step through it. If someone has a question about how you prorate taxes against a partial cash payment, which happens in this case to be 25% of the appraised value, therefore the taxes are basically 25% of what they would have been against a ordinary sale. This is the outcome. But guess what? 22% more value in cash than the value of the property itself. I think that is a pretty interesting outcome. And so if you have been able to stick with me through all of that, please ask your questions and accept my apologies for taking you deep underwater. Andrew, I see you smiling. Any?
It was a lot to absorb there.
Yeah.
But
Was
I'm glad
it?
I don't have to.
Okay.
I will say the more times you come to class,
The more it starts to sink in.
Yeah, the more uncomplicated it feels or looks.
You know, and again, the purpose of this is to make this a true class where you actually reach into unknown realms of knowledge that a class actually should deliver to you. But in truth, there's no intention here of your ever having to repeat anything that you just witnessed, except the concept which we have repeated right from the first page throughout of charitable leverage. A charitable gift of real estate creates more cash outcome than the value of the property itself, which is not true from a straight sale. A straight sale, 600 grand, everyone takes their piece of that, and you add the pieces all together and it's $600,000. Here, you add all the pieces together, and in one case it was $830,000. You know, how did that happen? That's what I want you to be That's the impression I want you to be left with. I want you to call a nonprofit. I want you to call a financial advisor and say, Susan, you won't believe what I heard yesterday. I just have to share this story with you. Tell her a little story and say, would you be at all interested in learning something more about this? And that's actually what your job is here today, being on this class, is we want you to become inspired. We want you to learn more. We want you to do all these things, but Realty Gift Fund wants you to generate interested parties in learning more about charitable gifts of real estate.
And when Bruce talks about sharing a story, we're going to get into this. We're going to share one more case study, take a break, and then we'll come back to start talking about how to talk to people. But the story is about the donation, and it depends on who you're talking to as to how you talk about the story. If you're talking to a nonprofit, if you're talking to a donor, if you're talking to another realtor around the country, if you're talking to a financial advisor, the same story about that lady who was donating $25 a year and ultimately gave $43,000 shifts a little bit depending on the perspective of whom you're talking to. And we'll get into that in the next section. So are there any questions before we share another fun story about how this has benefited the nonprofit world?
I have a quick question, if I may. Hi, good morning, everyone. Forgive me for coming in late. I had an appointment this morning. Hopefully I get the listing. The reason, can you hear me okay?
Glad you're here.
Thank you, Bruce. On charitable leverage, am I correct in understanding that we're really presenting this to, really presenting it to the listener as this is going to actually increase the benefit to not only to yourself, but to the recipient, the charity, because we take it at the appraised value and then we add the tax savings to the package, which then presents itself as a positive notion to the person who's making the donation and the recipient or the advisor, such as the financial advisor. Am I on track so far?
Well, so I would ask give us an example of someone you want to talk to, because confused people do nothing. And all of what you just said could be very confusing. We want to inspire them to even want to learn about this. So give us an example.
Okay, that's fair. In California, we can take a deduction of $500,000 minimum against our tax basis whenever we sell a house, as long as we've lived in the house for 2 years. So they may want to convert or focus on that. And we can then turn the conversation and say, but actually, you're going to be benefiting not only your savings and taxes, much more than that $500,000 that you would if you were to sell the house yourself and then make a donation to the charity, but actually give the full amount to the charity who would be able to benefit from the sale of the property.
Kate, you just brought up an example. The example that I just used was an investment house that is owned by somebody who's entitled to investment treatment, capital gains, and depreciation. And the example you just used was someone who's maybe donating their primary home.
Correct.
And they have the tax advantages of a primary home.
Correct.
I think here's the easy answer that you're striving for. I think you can say, when you go home tonight, you can say, wow, I just spent 4 hours learning all kinds of things about the charitable giving of real estate. And the one thing that sticks in my mind is this concept of charitable leverage. And it's really simple, Kate. An outright gift of real estate, of any real estate, basically goes out the door at the value, the appraised value of the real estate. And for other than the closing costs, that value passes to the nonprofit world. So $600,000 less 40 grand of closing costs, $560,000 is delivered to the nonprofit world but the donor also gets very significant tax benefits that have cash value. That if you add those together to what flowed to the nonprofit world, they exceed the value of the real estate.
I'm following. Okay.
And that's
Yeah.
kind of the simplest way. I suppose I could have just said that instead of taking all of you through these complicated math little examples. But we are trying to create a class that is worthy of being studied and listened to and what have you. And so we're just taking you deep underwater to see how long your oxygen lasts. But that is the real story. The real story here is as simple as that.
I really appreciate this. Very, very helpful, Bruce. Thank you so much. And thank you, Cammie, for kind of bringing my focus into a place where it really is much more beneficial in the conversation. So thank you for that.
Who else? So during the class, previous classes, we have talked about mission drift, which actually, I don't think, Cammie, we've said that phrase one time today. And mission drift is something that came up when we flew to Las Vegas, Nevada a few years ago. And we met with the head of the Nevada Community Foundation, which was, and someone, by the way, I haven't been paying attention to the questions in the chat room because I can't do that and teach this at the same time, but I think Cammie has done her best to monitor that. But I did see someone ask the questions, do we deal with community foundations? The answer is absolutely yes. We love them, okay? They're a great sponsor of donor advised funds, and they do so much good, not only for their community in terms of delivering programs, but also in supporting the nonprofits that actually need a mothership at their side to do the things that they do. And you add all those little nonprofits up and you have a big outcome. But we went to visit this one gentleman who was running this community foundation, and he in fact was a New Jersey or New York guy who knew a lot about real estate. And he said, I can take gifts of real estate, but I don't like to because it's what I call mission drift. I actually get paid to do something else. Meeting with donors, birthday cards, handwritten letters, meetings, strategy sessions, meetings with the fundraisers, financial reports, blah, blah. That's what I get paid for, instead of dealing with a title company and a real estate broker and an electrician and a roof repair person, blah, blah. I don't get paid for that. So it's mission drift for me to do what I could do that I'm not being paid to do. And here's a great example of a nonprofit who, by avoiding the mission drift, avoided kind of what they would have considered a disaster, a story that they would be telling for years. We took a gift of an ordinary townhome in Broomfield, Colorado, 3 stories, not that old, purchased by the owner who lived there for 3 years with his kids, didn't like it, didn't sell it, just moved out of it and bought another place downtown Denver. Really, really swank part of town. Continued to own this townhome for like 3 years, shut off all the utilities during this ownership period, which made all the seals, plumbing seals, go dry. It was a water-based heating system. All the seals and the pumps went dry. When the water was turned back on, we accepted this thing as a donation, but during our inspection period, we turned all the utilities on, and it was like a bath. There was water going all over the place. So I had to shut everything down. We accepted the gift. We fixed everything. It was about a $550,000 piece of real estate. It cost us about $25,000 to fix everything. Solar panels on the roof stopped working. You know, how does that happen? It was a $150 fix by the solar company who had installed them. But we got everything working, everything put back together, found a buyer, on the path to closing, 6 days to closing. This is why nonprofits don't accept charitable gifts of real estate. A spring snowstorm shows up in Denver, in Broomfield, tears the roof apart, creates all kinds of water damage on the inside, on the cavities of the wall, $65,000. And 90 days later, we have torn the stucco off the outside of the house, the sheetrock off the inside, removed all of the contaminated insulation. We had to replace some of the structural studs that got damaged so that they wouldn't mold. Put everything back together, wood floors, cabinets, some electrical fixtures, painting, you know, the roof repair, $65,000 later, 90 days later. The day after we got the certificate of completion on the repairs, we closed on the sale to the buyer we had in place just prior to the storm. We were able to hold him there for this deal. And we just sort of took it in stride. It's not the first time that's ever happened to any of us. We've owned property that's been, you know, damaged by tornadoes, wind, rain, you know, what have you. Snow like this. The Rocky Mountains are famous for their spring storms. We did get shut down by our insurance companies, so we had to come out of pocket ourselves the money. But against a $555,000 valued piece of real estate, it wasn't the worst thing in the world that ever happened. It would have been the worst story ever told at the nonprofit who had taken this gift had this guy at the community foundation said, oh, I'm not going to avoid the mission drift. I'm going to jump in and I'm going to do this. And all they would have been talking about for the next year would have been what happened to this thing. Okay. Avoiding the mission drift, letting a specialized nonprofit do this for you is always, I think, the right choice. So that's that story.
Okay, so it is 2:25. I want to respect everyone's time who was told that this would end at 2. And that's really the conclusion of the class portion. So remember that there's 5 steps in being proactive with this. The first L is to learn. So you've just learned the basics of what charitable gifting of real estate is. You've learned what a specialized nonprofit is. You've met the best one in the country who is here to do a deal for you. You don't need to be certified. You don't need to be part of our group. If you go out and find a deal and want to bring it to Realty Gift Fund, wonderful. Love it. Hallelujah. More money for the nonprofit world. However, what we find is who to talk to, what to say, how to get the word out. Needing continued support is very important. So the second L is lead generation. We're going to take a break and we're going to get into talking about some of that. The third L is listing and liquidating. So we've got to lead generate to start having that conversation. Then we get into how to leverage this, and then leaving legacy for the nonprofits, the donors, and the realtors and financial advisors. So suffice it to say, we do have a workbook that will be coming your way. We were working on an upgraded version of all this. We apologize for the lateness of it, but you will all be getting the workbook. If you are going to take the test, in essence, the workbook is your open book test because all of the answers will be filled in. If you want to stay on after this break and have some deeper personal one-on-one conversations with each other about how to talk to folks, that's what we're going to do. Bruce, if you have any final thoughts, we're going to come, it's 2:27. We're going to come back at 2:35 to do some role play and to get in the weeds about who you want to talk to and what you want to say.
Tell you what, I'll stay on, Cammie, even though this is not my part of the class. I'll stay on for a few more minutes in case someone in this during this break has decided, oh shoot, I've got to ask this question. And when they've all just apparently asked all their questions, I'll leave. Mark, I'm glad you hung in there for the whole class.
Yeah, no, it was great. I was just absorbing the information and thinking, brainstorming in my head of how this could work going forward. And it's obvious, I mean, it's a really good fit because one thing I noticed, listening to the presentation is that there's a gap that we can potentially fill when there's deals that are essentially non-ideal. They don't have the equity or they're not marketable, because one of the things we do is convert properties into more usable space. So for example, we're working on a property in El Sobrante that was actually gifted to a Waldorf school, a nonprofit Waldorf school, for about $17 million because the Sierra Club tied them up and they couldn't develop it. So they eventually did that as a write-off. And now that property is about 80 acres, just sitting there, has a lot of issues with it. It's definitely not a marketable place because no one can develop it. There's like illegal dumping and tweaker traffic moving through. And anyway, we approached that school to help solve that issue. So now we're at a point of basically doing a transfer of ownership with them or a long-term lease with an option in there. And so that's something that we're working on figuring out, as far as like basically ironing out those contracts to be presented to that school who has this big essentially problem on their hand. And we can come in there and, do all the maintenance that's required for the fire, like handle the issues that are on that property, get the soil health going and all that stuff. And we do the same things in like the city in Oakland. We have a partner has goats and chickens and growing crops on lots in the actual city. So that's kind of maybe a side note, but something for people to think about. And moving forward, since we're definitely a community focused organization, but we're operating national because we're working from the veteran community who are scattered throughout the nation. And as we start developing more community areas, I see this, the real agents of change essentially as being a good boots on the ground force, obviously for the mission of Realty Gift Fund, and identifying properties that work with the model that exists currently, and also just identifying like, hey, here's this property, it's a rundown farm, or it's a problem property that can't be helped and can really generate good, good publicity in the community, as far as like, hey, this group, Guardian Grange, can come in and actually rehabilitate this land that really no one else can use. Because that's really the problem that's happening with that El Sobrante property, is no one can develop it, no one can do anything with it, and it's just sitting there, and the neighbors, are very concerned, and it's just a big issue that no one really has a solution to. So
Well,
just wanted to,
if you can take something that otherwise is not very marketable and create something really good out of it due to your agricultural work, whether it's in the rural or suburban or urban areas, you actually bring another dimension to what it is we can do. Because we could say yes to something that we might otherwise say no to. Somebody asked the question earlier, what would you say no to? We would say no to something that is so restricted in its use that it has no commercial value. We were offered 10 acres somewhere in Colorado one time that was basically covered by a conservation easement so tightly that you almost couldn't do one thing with the property. Therefore, it had no commercial value at all. But if you could have grown crops on it or something,
Mhm.
then, maybe we would have been inclined to say, maybe it's not for us, but maybe it's for Mark's group,
Mhm.
something like that. I mean, we are a conduit for gifts of actual real estate to nonprofits who actually need real estate in certain circumstances. We have played that role. And for someone like you, like the land trust community across America, I think there's 1,700 land trusts in America that help steward conserved lands. They need money to do that. You need money to do what you're doing. And so a gift of a mountain cabin in the Sierra Nevadas or something like that, that could generate 500 grand for you would be a great gift for you so that you could do what you're doing. And
For sure.
so, whether it's an actual direct gift of land or a gift that's converted to cash for you to do what you're doing, both of them work.
Yeah, no, it's very powerful what you're doing. I'm glad I was able to sit in and listen and see what you have going on. And so we're very focused, but also very aggressive in the pursuit of what our goal is. Essentially, I describe it as, building a decentralized network of community that is mission is building a soil-based economy and using that to heal veterans and strengthen communities, because that's one of the big issues that I just noticed, looking around the world, is that community is essentially dissolved in a lot of areas. And by bringing people together to do good actual work, getting their hands in the dirt and seeing the land provide value where otherwise it wasn't doing it, it just can create a sort of social impact that is I don't want to say priceless, but I don't know, I can't really put a value on it.
It is, Mark, let's just be honest, it is priceless. I mean, everything else we do in this world we live in seems to have a price tag on it. I love it when my wife comes home and says, honey, I just saved you $300.
Yeah.
That means she spent $200, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the things that you're doing really are kind of priceless. And because there's not necessarily an exchange of currency, but there is an exchange of something, some social benefit. And, I'm happy to have given up the private sector world I used to live in, which was a rough and tumble investment world of lawyers screaming at each other to do stuff like this. So.
Well, and one of the ways that we're helping nonprofits like yours, Mark. So for example, I talked to the gentleman, Gordon, from the National Jewish Health. And he said to me, love what you're doing, Cammie. It's nice that you're teaching these realtors. What are the chances of your real agents of change wanting to help my specific nonprofit? And I said, well, Gordon, I'll spin that around on you. You as the National Jewish Health, with hundreds of thousands of people in your email list and social media, et cetera, have real estate agents and financial advisors who love, love, love your mission and would become a real agent of change to help you in your mission. Same thing with Chesapeake Bay Land Conservancy, talking to them about creating an army of realtors in their area who want to help conserve the land. And for you, with your mission and building community around the country, you could also put the word out, letting the realtors and the financial advisors know that they can actually benefit you in this huge way and frankly, make money helping you make a difference. So that kind of starts to spin us off into a lot of strategy that's a little too much for our head when we just sat through this class.
Mm-hmm.
But my point for you is there's a lot here and a lot of ways that you can find the donations by creating a community of people who have multiple benefits, not first and foremost to help you build that beautiful community you're talking about, but secondly, being able to bring in these donations because it benefits them too. And let's face it, you know, we're all in some type of survival mode of that's great, but what's in it for me? Well, we can show them what's in it for them by helping you.
Sure. Yeah, I definitely, one of the things I've been mapping out just in my brain, and I'll clarify it over the next few days, is just a way to do exactly what you're saying out, whereas basically educate the community on the fact of what you all are doing and how that can help, you know, not only our nonprofit, but other nonprofits. And so one of our PR strategies is we had basically a sponsorship from Dr. Bronner's to start up a podcast regarding what we're doing. And part of that podcast is obviously talking about, you know, what's going on in agriculture and veteran health and community. But I feel like this topic is something that would be a really good discussion point to just put out into the world on, like, to help people visualize and understand how they can participate as landowners, as people who have assets, you know, who are cash conservative and asset rich, basically, to think in a way that they can maneuver where otherwise they wouldn't necessarily understand that they could.
Well, and you and I, Mark, can do an interview on the Real Agents of Change, talking about why and how you are a real agent of change just in what you're doing in the world, why you advocate for our group of Real Agents of Change, what you're doing, etc. And we can give a little overview of what it is that we do to help you to bring in those funds, and you can share that in your community, which actually brings us, guys, right into our next module. It's 239. So let's jump right into, okay, now that we've learned about this, how do we lead generate? How do we talk about this? So I'm going to share the screen for a moment and give you a little glimpse into, just FYI, we have our public group, the Real Agents of Change, on Facebook. As you can see, we have over 600 members in here. It's not just real estate agents. I would say it's an equal amount of realtors, financial advisors, nonprofits, people who are coming to this group because they've seen one of us speak. Tisha Perry's done several speaking engagements out in the northwestern part of the country, and 20 people will join from seeing her speak because they want to learn more and get involved. So I want to encourage all of you to go to Facebook and join the group. It is, and I'll put it in the chat. It's basically facebook.com/groups/the Real Agents of Change. So this is public, it's free for everyone. We have a private group here, and I want to show you the private group because this is where a lot of supporting documents are that will help you. So for example, we have a woman, Danielle Cummings, who is helping us with lots of social media posts. When you come into the group, you'll see a lot of things that are posted. These are things that she makes for me and for, let me see if there's one of Tamisa's in here. Like this one, for example. So social media posts, whether it's real estate focused or specifically for your nonprofit, there's all kinds of social media that you can get created. So over here, there is 30 days of social media campaign that you can look at. This call sheet, all of you could, should, would be making a list of people that you want to call to talk to about this. This is where the workbook that we've been talking about, it's right here in the group. We have a press release that we help you send out. Whether you're a nonprofit or a realtor, whatever you're doing, if you want people to be donating real estate, you've got to let people know about it. So we can help you create a press release. We did a challenge with all kinds of fun videos. This talks about the interview that I've mentioned a couple of times to get you prepared to do the interview with me. And then that interview, once we've recorded it, you can put on social media, you can put in an email to your list, you can create a press release to put that with. There's stuff in here like this net sheet comparison. We've been talking, Bruce showed us all the numbers, the different net sheets, if it's a full out donation versus a bargain sell, that's in here. This book, 47 Questions, this is a book that was written by one of the creators of Realty Gift Fund. It's all questions about gifts of real estate. So my point is, this is a list of the nonprofits that Realty Gift Fund works with. These are examples of the IRS forms. I'm just sharing that with you because I want you to know that there is a lot of support here. And if you're interested in being a real active person in what we're doing, we can help you from that. But let's talk for a minute about the 4 S's that we alluded to earlier. So when we're starting a conversation with people, story, 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 stop. Or as Dr. Russell James comes right out and says, story, 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 shut up. So we tend to want to get all in the weeds with the numbers and all this information about taxes, and we can confuse the crap out of people really quickly. So when we talk about sharing a story, you've heard stories on here about office buildings that have been sold and generated 800,000 in proceeds that was actually all dispersed to 18 different nonprofits. You heard the story about the woman who was donating $25 a year. And then when she learned about this, donated a property that no one would have ever guessed she had, and $43,000 went to that nonprofit. So to share the stories of, hey, I sat in on a class and I learned about a nonprofit just like yours, Mary, that is getting 6 figures. Look, the MS Society got a check from us a few months ago for $152,000. There's a nonprofit up in Rhode Island that is the Martin Luther King nonprofit who had a property donated. They received 1.7 million from that donation. So to share these stories with people is much more important than trying to delve into all the details and confusing people. So the first way to make a call or to send a text or an email or whatever it is, however you're wanting to reach out to people, is to say, listen, I just sat in on a class and I learned this really interesting story. I thought you'd find it interesting. And it all comes down to who is it that you're talking to. So I just want to show you that this is part of the booklet that you're going to be getting. The stories that we've talked about, all the details are in all of these stories. The story 1, story 2, I just want you to see that this is in the booklet. So when you get the booklet, we'll email it out. Or if you're in the private group, you saw that the workbook is in there. So you can go back through these stories and see how much was donated, what nonprofit it was it a commercial property or a house or a condo, et cetera, et cetera. So those stories are there for you. But what we want to do is get into section 6 and talk about how to tell the story, what to listen to. I want to show you what's in the booklet, and then we're going to come back on screen and we're just going to talk specifically about who do you want to talk to and what would you say. So if you're talking to a donor, these are some bullet points that you can go over later on as you look at the booklet that you received, talking about the different benefits to them. If you're talking to a nonprofit, the different benefits to them. If you're talking to another advisor, another real estate agent, et cetera. So all of this is in the booklet. But what I want to do is hear from you guys personally as far as who are you wanting to talk to, because everyone wants the magic bullet, the one script that's going to work for everyone. And that just doesn't work. You got to think about who are you talking to. Is this a nonprofit that doesn't need to hear about full commissions, is not interested in full commissions? Is it a donor that you know for a fact is all about the numbers and looking to avoid capital gains tax? Is it a donor that loves veterans and is constantly doing stuff for veterans and needs to know a story about nonprofits like his veteran nonprofit that got a check for $152,000? So let's role play a specific person. Go ahead, Tamisa. You're taking off?
Yeah, I gotta run. I got an appointment.
Okay.
Have
Bye,
fun,
sweetie.
guys.
Yep. So who wants to jump in and actually role play? Melanie, you're right on the screen with me. I'm going to call you out, girl. Unmute
Okay.
yourself. Let's play. So what did you like best about what you've been hearing, Melanie?
I love that you can be, doing your job and also helping people on both sides.
Are you a real estate agent?
Yeah.
So as we've been going through the class, who is the person, the name, the group, the organization that you first thought of, oh my God, they need to hear about this?
One of them is a animal sanctuary that I have adopted from.
Now, do you know people there personally?
No.
Okay, guys, I'm going to suggest, thank you so much for playing along, and I'm going to use you as an example to help everyone learn about this. I want to encourage you to talk to people you know, because everybody wants to start creating some email that they send off to 100 nonprofits and try to cold call. You can do that, but it's not nearly as effective and efficient. So who is someone that we know that we could simply send a simple text to very quickly? So is there a nonprofit that you know, someone who sits on the board? Is there someone you know that has a ton of property? Is there a title company owner? Somebody like that?
I can't think of anyone offhand, but I'm sure I will eventually.
Now, how long have you been a realtor?
I'm pretty new.
So, who is an ideal avatar for you? Who do you like to do business with?
Someone who's maybe moving up to their second house.
So maybe families that have a house that they already own
Mhm.
and they're wanting to sell and move up to a bigger property.
Yeah.
So wouldn't it be convenient to be able to get in front of hundreds of people like that?
Mhm. Definitely.
And this is a way to do that. So I'm going to go back to your animal group that you mentioned. Even though you don't know anyone there, you could start a conversation with them, because those folks know a lot of people that you want to do business with. There's a lot of families out there that are adopting animals. They've got children, they're adopting animals, and now they've got so many animals they need to get a bigger house, et cetera, et cetera. So if you were to reach out to that nonprofit in a simple message, find out who the fundraiser is, who the director is, who the marketing person is, and just say, hey, Mary, I sat in on a class yesterday. I actually adopted an animal from you guys 3 years ago. Love my animal, love what you do, right? Make that little connection with them. Love what you guys are doing, love your mission. And you were the first group I thought of when I sat in on a class yesterday and I heard about nonprofits like yours that are getting 43,000, 152,000, $1 million, groups that are getting huge donations with no fundraiser. I wanted you to know about this. Now, what we just did was we shared a story, and we shut up. We didn't try to convince them. We are letting them know there is a way that your nonprofit can get funded. I sat in on a class about it. You can end it with, when can we jump on the phone to talk? Or I'd love to have a conversation with you about it, or something like that. But sharing the story of what you heard is the impactful part. It's not sending a long email, because I've seen everything. Hey, I found a way that your donors can avoid paying capital gains tax, and it's great for the realtors in the area because they get a full commission, and I've seen it all. We don't want to do that. We want to start with the story and invite people to a conversation. The fact is, guys, if that nonprofit says to you, oh my God, that sounds amazing, how do we get involved? You can simply do exactly what that fundraiser did and say, super excited for your question. Let me put you in touch with the team that can explain how it works. And you can put them right in touch with us. We have all kinds of Q&A Zooms that we are lining up over the next month that you can bring people to, that they can actually just come in and sit in. You can invite people to sit in on this class, especially if you're part of the certification program, because if you're part of the certification and you're wanting to lead generate, you'll need to sit in more, and you're going to need to bring some of your partners here to learn how this works. So what are you hearing, Melanie, when I talk about sharing a story? Does that sound like something that's easier to do than trying to explain how this works?
Definitely. I think people will connect more to stories than to facts. And I think it would get their attention more. And, whatever that they can relate to, trying to raise money or anything like that, that's going to grab their attention.
And as a brand new realtor, for you to be able to put out on social media or out to the people that you know that you are a certified of course you're not yet until you take the class, uh, charitable real estate specialist, and that you are wanting to help their nonprofit, you're wanting to help them avoid capital gains tax, all that kind of stuff. There's many different directions to go with it when it comes to your clients. But it's a great way to start drumming up business for a new agent. A lot of the times this is really great for a seasoned agent because they've already got a huge database that they need to reach out to and get reconnected with. It's a great conversation starter to talk about this class they sat in and how they can avoid capital gains and all that. But it's a great way for you to get started as well. Who else wants to pop on? Donna Owens, I know this is the second time you've been on this class. If you would like to unmute yourself. Andrew, I know that you're wanting to get certified. Maria, I see a whole bunch of you still hanging on. Let's have some role play with specific people that you're wanting to talk to. Mary Register, what about you? Are you still on with us? I think she might have hopped off. Maria, let's have you hop on. Oh, Andrew, I see you. Andrew and Donna hopped on. Whoever wants to unmute first, let's have a fun conversation.
All right, I'll play along.
Hey, Andrew.
Hey.
And I'll
So-
play along too if you need another person.
Who's that? Oh, Kate. Okay, Kate, let's have Andrew since he's on the screen right now, but you're up next. So Andrew, who is someone that you would like to talk to about this?
First person, well, two people really come to mind. One is my financial advisor. I mean, he's obviously the first time, because this is the second time I've sat in on this class. He was the person I thought of right off the bat.
Well, let's stick with that. Let's keep it simple. So
Okay.
what's his first name?
I don't remember. What's it? Yeah, you put me on the spot. Josh.
I always default to Bob because it's easy, but Josh. Okay. So what do we know about Josh? Do we know that Josh is heart-centered? Do we know that he loves his church? Does he have a house full of animals? Is he family focused? Like, what's Josh all about?
I'm involved in his church because that's where we first met him. He did a financial seminar through the church. And we immediately loved him and went to him for our financial services. And he's also he's a young guy, and he's got one small boy, so he's also he's very oriented with his family.
So it sounds like someone that you know well enough. You've got his cell phone number. You could text him. If you were to call him, he'd know your voice. This is great, guys. Start with somebody that you know, because, I mean, look, if that church, you guys met at church, I'm going to assume, and I shouldn't assume anything, but I would assume that together, the two of you would love to see that church benefit by hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. Is that right?
Well, it's not actually a church that we even attend. We were there just a certain Sunday but we've moved since then, so we don't even live in that area right now, but he's still our financial advisor.
Fair enough. So it may not be that church, but you
love
know,
to see the church better.
But the two of you are heart-centered, you're faith-based, you're good people, you want to help the community. That's a fair statement. So Andrew, for you to even, now look, guys, I would rather that you send a text or an email than to not do anything at all. I would rather you pick up the phone than just send a text, because you know, the way that we communicate, only 7% of our communication is in words. So when we send a text, we've all had the experience of sending a message to someone that it didn't land quite the way we meant it to, because they couldn't hear the intention behind what we were saying, because they didn't hear the inflection in our voice. So it would be much better to pick up the phone. And if there's any way at all to send a video message or to meet him face to face, that's even better. But I would at least pick up the phone, Andrew, and I would say, Josh, my group has been sitting in on this training where we are learning about how nonprofits, just like the ones that you and I like to support, are getting hundreds of thousands of dollars in donations. And I think there's a way that you and I can partner and actually build our business around that. When would you like to get together and let's talk about some strategy? And it's as simple as that, right?
Mhm.
Because when you start sharing stories, or you even say, you know what, in this class, I've sat in on it twice now, and I've heard about this woman who was donating $25 a year for like 30 something years. And she was able to give her favorite nonprofit $43,000 without taking cash out of her pocket. I think it's a way that your financial advisory business could really blossom, learning how this works. So sharing a story without getting too deep into the details. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. Guys, we
And
want
then
to share.
that's when I bring you guys in, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And you can always bring one of us in. So
Or Tisha. I think
yes.
Tisha's probably gotten far enough into this that she'd be a real benefit, and local already. So
That's even better. Guys, what I want you to hear is Andrew is part of a team that is with the Keller Williams office in the Oregon, Washington state area that I reached out to. You'll notice his logo behind him. You can't see all of it, but they're called the Giving Group. And I reached out to them because their name is the Giving Group. About 6 months ago, I was Googling realtors and philanthropy and realtors who give and charitable realtors and just different words and stuff. And I came upon this group, and I reached out to the broker myself and said, hey, you guys are the Giving Group. If anybody needs to learn about charitable real estate, it would be you. And it was a great way to start a conversation. And Tisha and Debbie and others, including Andrew, they are yesterday, Tisha did a speaking engagement at a nonprofit in the area. There was 40 people in the room. She brought me in just as an expert to say hello, et cetera, blah, blah, blah. So now we are creating groups of people like Tisha who can actually be the one that Andrew brings his people to. So that's actually perfect, Andrew. You don't even need us. You've got people who really understand how this works. And it goes to show the partnership of your group and how the Giving Group really wants to help your community. Matter of fact, you'd be better off to bring them to Tisha, because it shows her expertise in this industry and how your group is the local go-to realtors for change in your area. So absolutely bring him to Tisha.
Who's Tisha?
Tisha Perry is one of our real agents of change. She's a KW real estate agent in Oregon, Washington, and his broker, the leader of his group.
Oh.
She's my team leader for Giving Group Realty. And we give 10% of all of our commissions go to the nonprofit of our client's choice, is what we've been doing for a while. And like Cameron was saying, that's how she found Tisha. And when Tisha heard about this, she really embraced it right away, it seems like. And then she started sharing it with us. And I know Debbie's already gone through the certification, and myself and Jefferson are in the process. So, and there will be others.
So this is a great example of, Cammie, I don't really want realtors in my area to know about this, because what if they get the business that I want to get? What if they become the go-to? And you know, Claudia, I had this conversation with a woman named Ren Nix back 6-8 months ago in the group. She was so afraid of the realtors in her area finding out about it. But at the same time, she's giving, and she wants the community to grow. And she knows there's thousands of nonprofits in her area. And she felt so guilty and ashamed of wanting to hoard it and being afraid to talk about it, and in that scarcity mindset. And she and I got on a coaching call, and long story short, we went from, well, let's not talk about it in your realtor community, just talk to the nonprofits and realtors around the country. We went from that to, screw it. do a Facebook Live show and show up in your community as the leader of this movement in your community. And she started doing a program called 100 Days, 100 Heroes. And every day for 100 days, she was interviewing nonprofits, business owners, community leaders, people that she considered a hero in her community to spread the word. So in other words, she went from being afraid to talk about it to talking about it to anyone and everyone. And because of that, her local newspaper ended up asking her to write a column about it, and people started to refer people to her. She got listings because people said, you know what, I want to work with a socially responsible realtor. I see what you're doing. You're interviewing and showcasing all these heroes and nonprofits and stuff. So she was getting clients. They weren't donations, but they were clients. And that's what this is all about, building our resources and relationships. And as a matter of fact, Andrew, you're going to be meeting Ren Nix because her and her husband are moving from Idaho to, I'm not sure if it's Oregon or Washington, but she's moving up to that area, and Tisha's wanting to see about getting her on your team. So this is about having big vision of, oh, this is how I could create a community in my area. What if I, Claudia, were a team leader? Because for Tisha, Debbie Mann and her group loves the senior community, all the assisted living and the seniors and all of that. So she's really focused on helping Friends of Hospice and different nonprofits like Parkinson's and Alzheimer's, et cetera, right? But then there's other people like Andrew who might want to do stuff with churches. Maybe somebody else wants to do a lot of stuff with veterans. So the opportunities are just unlimited. Kate, you said you wanted to jump in and play. Let's hear what you got, girl.
Hi, thank you. Well, like many, I'm involved in my community. I'm also a realtor. I'm an activist in my community on several different fronts, including the environment, human rights, and scholarships for kids to go to college. So I'm literally on boards of directors for all three of those pathways, if you will. The one I know I can get a lot of benefit from is on some of the human rights and some of the open space environmental protection. And so when I saw that the Land Trust was part of it, Land Trust gave us a lot of money to buy some land to keep it open. And I still cry about it because it took us 4 years, but we raised $8.5 million. And a lot of that came from Land Trust money, from very much like the Realty Gift Fund and what they do. So bless them. And if I can be a part of that where we can expand it, I'm all in. And I struggle a little bit because I don't know, once I get this certification, what do I do next kind of thing. But that's kind of what it is with a realtor. It's like, you get your real estate license. Now what do you do, right? But I've been a realtor since '92. So I've got that part figured out. I just don't know how to incorporate this new pathway for people to benefit and make my community a better place. So I really appreciate everybody helping me do that. For those who don't know, I'm in California. You can see Palm Springs. But Palm Springs, Indian Wells, Rancho Mirage. We have people who have a lot of money, and we have the people who have no money. And literally, homeless is a new project I'm kind of working on as well. All right. In addition to selling property for a living, right? So where do I spend my energy in reaching out, or do I just use every connection that I already have? And this is the story, and the story will change for each one depending on whether it's land trust or human rights or education, scholarship, or homeless.
All good stuff, Kate. So much to talk about. So keep in mind the 5 steps that we go through here. The first step is learning.
Yeah.
Second step is lead generation. Third step is list and liquidate, because none of the money happens until that happens. When we're listing and liquidating, we need to learn how to leverage that so that we can get more listings and liquidating. And ultimately, all of us are doing it to leave a legacy in one form or another. So now that you're learning about this, it's time to step into lead generation. And for some people, they are just so natural at it, they can run with it. But for me personally, I need help. I need to learn how to lead generate.
Right.
So that's what we do in that private Facebook group that I was showing you, the membership. That's what we're doing. We're creating a lot of modules. You all need to remember, I've been doing this stuff for many, many years as far as partnering for-profit and nonprofit to come together, make money, making a difference. Been doing that for a long time, more specifically around doing a fundraiser, so that as we're planning that fundraiser for 3 to 6 months, we meet a lot of people and we make money because we're creating resources and relationships. And then we have this big event and blah, blah, blah. But the thing is, the fundraisers are not happening. They're not being as well attended. The nonprofits need more. So when I learned about charitable real estate, I realized, look, let me be honest, shit can the fundraisers, because they're not happening anyway, and they're not being nearly as well attended. And when you can get $550,000 from one donor that's
Yeah.
already in your corral of donors, they're already there. You don't have to do a fundraiser. You don't have to write a grant. You don't even have to beg, borrow, steal, and ask people. You just need to educate them and let them know that this is possible. So I've been doing the fundraiser stuff for a long time, but this thing that we put together with the Real Agents of Change is relatively new. So we're putting together all the modules.
You lost your volume.
What happened? I can't hear you. Oh, there you are.
Here we are. Okay, internet. So we're putting together a lot of modules around teaching how to have conversations about this. But for you, Kate, you've been around for decades. You've got credibility. These people already know you. You're sitting on boards. You are the perfect avatar for us, because all you need to do is open your mouth and inform and educate without any ickiness of trying to convince anybody to do anything or sell them anything.
Right.
So for example, when you go to that land trust, you say, guys, we need an emergency board meeting. There, I just sat in on a class and I know exactly how we can get millions of dollars funneled into the trust with no fundraiser. Wednesday at 6 p.m., I'm doing a Zoom. Are you there?
And then and then for logistics, because I am thinking, yeah, I get that, right? And I've already talked to a couple of people on different boards I'm affiliated with, and they're like going, yeah, Kate, tell me more. Because I said, I'm just learning about this. I'll find out the details. I'll come back and report back. But I think this is a very viable vehicle for you to get money for the project that you're working on, right? So my thing is once I've got these people interested, which I already have a couple already online,
you call me
what's
in.
my next step?
Call me in.
Okay.
So what I'm wanting to do is as many Zooms as possible. Everybody's used to Zoom now. I'm doing live events as well. I was just at a couple of live events the last week, but we can all do a Zoom. I was at the Newark, New Jersey airport and got Zoomed in for Tisha's meeting yesterday. So you and I can meet offline and we can set up a time. And here's how we do it, Kate. We set a time, you and I, that works for us, and we invite them to come. We don't see what works for them. We're not begging them. We're not asking them if they want to come help us out. We're doing them a favor by having the Zoom. So we let them know the leader of the movement, the person I learned this from, has availability on at 1 o'clock next Thursday. She's graciously offered to do a Zoom. We need to get together and talk about this. I can feel from your energy, I'm having this strong conversation with you because you are that strong leader. I can feel that. You're not going to go to them and say, hey, I think I found something. Is it okay if I talk about it at the next meeting? We need to understand, we found the solution they're looking for. When we sit in on a meeting and we hear people complain and bellyache and sad stories about how fundraisers are being canceled and we don't have a budget to do a fundraiser and what are we going to do? We need to get a golf tournament going on, but it costs so much. The minute you guys hear people talking about that, you need to plant your flag and say, guys, there's a better way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's a better way. We can get funded. And don't try to explain it to them. And I see your questions, Melanie and Rhonda. I'm going to get to you in just a second. So we just need to let them know there's a better way, and we're going to have a Zoom and we're going to talk about it. And I can
Okay.
explain to them in 5 minutes the benefits of this, and we can open it up to a Q&A for 30 minutes after that if necessary. But they just need to be made aware that it is an option. And if they want to do their fundraisers, awesome. Just put a little logo on the flyer that says, by the way, we benefit from gifts of real estate. So in other words, we are playing with nonprofits that are as small as they just got their 501c3 and they've got 3 donors that have given them $50 a piece and they want to know what's next. All
Right.
the way up to National Jewish Health with hundreds of thousands of followers. So to say what's next is kind of hard to say because it depends. Do they want to do a big email campaign? Do they want to call their top 10 people and have a strategic conversation? Do they want to just send out an email with a link and see what happens and stick their toe in the water? It depends. They're all different. But the first thing you can do as a leader in your community, and you don't even need to do it. So check this out. You don't even need to do a Zoom for that nonprofit and a Zoom for that nonprofit and one for them. What if you did one Zoom where you invited all of them so that they can see, wow, this is a way that our community can come together. All of those nonprofits could actually do a campaign together to say, look, our whole community needs a little help, needs a little shot of adrenaline with cash. Let's all of us let the whole community know real estate is one of the ways we can all benefit, because the information and education is, I'll give you an example. Who here knows what a short sale is? You know what a short sale is? 20 years ago, I was in real estate and a woman said to me, my daughter owes more on her house than it's worth. I need you to help her. And I said, what the hell do you want me to do with that? And she said, back in the 80s, there was this thing called a workout or a short sale. Check into it. Maybe the bank would do it. So I Googled short sale, and the only thing that came up was that Victoria's Secrets was having a sale on shorts. And I share this story because if I had known then what I knew 6 months later about short sales, I would have bought shortsales.com, how to do a short sale New England, short sale California, Florida short sales. None of that stuff existed. Nobody knew what it was. But now the average person working at McDonald's knows what a short sale is. See, right now, nobody knows what charitable gifting of real estate is. But in the next 3 years, with our big mouths, they will. You have to be the one who's willing to whack the bushes and be the one to bring them to the table and educate and inform. There's something called social proof and fear of missing out. If you bring all of them to the table and they say, wow, that's the director of the land trust. Wow, that's the fundraiser for the church that I know. Wow, that's the owner of that local real estate group. There's a lot of people looking at this. And if they start to see, oh, they're going to do something new and I'm stuck in old fashioned fundraising mode and I'm still begging. See, we need to let your nonprofits know, look, not only do the people you serve, not only do the animals and the veterans and the homeless and the hungry and the kids being human trafficked, not only do they need your help, you can help your donors.
Yep. I love it. It's a win-win scenario. Love it.
It is win-win all the way around. So guys, here's what I want you to be left with this. You do not have to do this alone. And if you're waiting until you know exactly how it works because you're stuck in analysis paralysis and you want to be able to answer every question before you go talk to people, you're never going to talk to them. Your animals are going to die. Those kids are going to continue to be raped. And your land is not going to be maintained. In other words, we got to get out of our own old-fashioned thinking. I got to know how this works. How do I explain it? And going out and confusing people. Don't do that. You've got me. You've got Bruce. You can bring us. So here's the difference between Bruce and I. you can see from our different ways of presenting that we're very different personalities, but we both come
That's
from the
okay.
same place. Well, yeah, it's perfect.
Mhm.
So when you've got staunch, uptight, numbers, focus, more of the financial advisors and the nonprofits that need to understand that this is viable, that it works, that it's legal. Sometimes they're so stuck in their head, well, I'm really smart, and if I've never heard of it, then there must be a catch. Those people you need to put in front of Bruce. But when you've got people who are like, oh my God, this is so awesome. How do we talk to our people? We want to let our donors know. We want to do a
Mhm.
social media campaign. How do we make money from this? How do we help? What do we do? That's me.
Mhm. Yeah, I can see it. Thank you. I'll be getting a hold of you. My head's spinning. Thank you.
Yeah. And guys, I know that all of you that aren't even showing up on screen because you got your camera off, I know that you have just been blasted with a lot of information.
Kimmy, you're frozen, I think. Yeah, you're frozen.
Together, and Cammie's gonna help. So let me address a couple of questions. Can you hear me now?
Now, yeah.
Okay, all right. I know that we keep breaking out. Let me just answer a couple of questions, and then I'm going to let you guys go because I know too much is too much. I get it. So, Rhonda asked, is there a list to get on for the nonprofits so that the realtors are interested? This question comes up a lot. How can we, as a nonprofit, simply get proceeds from donations that you guys have coming in? And I get it. I get that mindset because that's where we've been. I've been in that world too of just looking for people. Will you go to my GoFundMe account and give me some money? Will you donate a raffle item? Will you buy some raffle tickets? Will you come to our golf tournament? Here's the thing, guys. You have these properties in your donors right now. That woman was donating $25 a fucking year, not a month, a year. And she had a piece of property and nobody would have thought of asking her, but that one fundraiser was smart enough to not pre-qualify. So to answer your question, Rhonda, we are putting together a database that will have all the realtors, every state and city that's represented, so that the nonprofits in that area can find a realtor that they can partner with to do this. We're going to have a list of the financial advisors. We're going to have a list of nonprofits who've been to the class and aren't just looking for a handout, but are collaboration partners who say, we want to help the realtors. We want to help the financial advisors. We as the nonprofit can see that if we list a property with Claudia at 123 Main Street and our nonprofit's going to get $200,000 from that, we're going to help her market that property. We're going to let our people know, hey, go look at 123 Main Street because when it sells, we get $200,000. So the way that we're all going to get on that list as realtors and financial advisors got to become certified. You got to be somebody that has that designation that people are going to want to work with. Do the nonprofits need to get certified? Maybe not, but we're going to be putting the ones on the list who are stepping up and doing campaigns to be proactive and doing social media with us and talking to their donors with us and bringing us in to have these conversations. We're not going to be saying, hey, go give money to so-and-so when so-and-so's not helping to promote what we're doing. So there will be a list, but you got to be proactive to be on it. Another question Melanie asked, can we join the private Facebook group? Yes, you can, and here's how that works. If you sat in on the class for free and you got all the information you need and you want to go talk to people on your own, bless you. Go help those nonprofits as best you can. If you're one of those people who says, I see it, I get it, but I need more help, I want to get certified, I want to keep coming back to the class, I want to bring guests here to learn how this works, I want to get more involved. There's two ways to do that. Number one is at least get certified. At the very least, show us that you are in the game enough to invest $200 lousy in yourself. Because if you're not willing to do that, what's the point of us going and getting on Zooms and things with you if you don't even believe enough in this that you want to be a certified charitable real estate specialist? So at least get certified. The other thing is that private group is for people who really want to have the conversations and the strategy and create cause marketing campaigns. So they're doing press releases and we're helping them to create the social media campaigns and just get way more active. Eventually, as we are getting this platform created, that membership for the private Facebook group is going to be $300 a month, because we're always going to be adding new campaigns and social media for the animals and the veterans and the Make-A-Wish and just so much stuff that we're adding to it. But right now, for people who see the vision and they know that we don't have everything created, but we're right here, and you're going to get a 30-day social media campaign, and you're going to be part of the strategy sessions and all this stuff. For $1,000, you can belong to the private group. The $1,000 includes the $200 for certification, and you're just a member for life. Like, you're just with us forevermore. When it goes to $300 a month, you don't pay it. So if you want to be a part of that, so like Claudia, for example, last week, she said, I just want to be a part of the membership. I want to learn. I want to get the social media campaign started. I want to be a part of the tribe and get in the private group. So she sent me $1,000, and now she can get certified.
It was a bargain.
Yeah,
Because you said on your first deal, you pay $1,000, right?
exactly.
So it's like free.
So that's where the $1,000 bonus came from. Realty Gift Fund is willing to reimburse you the $1,000 because they want you to become proactive. Let's face it, you're bringing them deals. You're bringing us deals. We're building a community. So to answer your question, Melanie, the way that you get in the private Facebook group is to be a member. And right now it's $1,000 for the rest of your life. And in a couple of months, when we get it all laid out and it's pretty and everything, it'll be $300 a month. And that's kind of the way that works. And this isn't a sales pitch. This is an invitation to be a part of something bigger than we are. To be clear, our perfect avatar is someone that is so seasoned in their business that they're ready to leave legacy, that they want to have designation no one else has, that they want to start getting in front of the high net worth clientele that need to know about this because of the capital gains. They're the ones that are already sitting on the boards of nonprofits. They already know that the nonprofits are struggling. They're already given 10% of their commission. They're already volunteering. They're already doing all these things, and they see, wait a minute, stop. Instead of giving 10%, which is fine, $1,000 per closing is nice. But wait a minute, I can get a full commission to give them a check for $500,000. Tell me more about that. That makes sense. Now, instead of being in scarcity, starving mindset, we're in abundant mindset. We're in win-win-win. We all make money helping them make a difference. Those are our perfect avatars, and those are the people that get into the private group. And I'm happy to answer questions about that, but I know your minds are full. So if you want to just have a private conversation with me, later, tomorrow, next week, we can do that too.
I'm going to ask you in front of the group, just because I have you here right now. The event that I'm going to, their ad book, the deadline is today, later today, I guess this evening. And so if you think it would be beneficial and you can help me word something, can we talk later today?
We can. And what I've introduced you to Danielle Cummings. You all have either met her or will be meeting her.
Yeah.
She's the one that creates all those beautiful masterpieces. She created my background, the logos, all these things that you're seeing. So she would really be a better person to talk to, because she can go ahead and get you something. Now, becoming a lifetime member of the membership, you get 30 days worth of social media campaign. Now, it's a generic one because we can't customize a month's worth for everyone for that low of a fee for a lifetime membership. Danielle can do some stuff for you that's custom. So for example, in the social media stuff, it might just talk about nonprofits in general, or it might have something about veterans and something about animals and something about Alzheimer's. You might say, you know what? I'm all about stopping human trafficking. I want all of my social media to speak about human trafficking. There's 12 human trafficking organizations in my marketplace, and I want every one of them highlighted in my social media. Like, in other words, you can do some really custom stuff around that. We can write emails specifically for that. We can do your press release specifically. Claudia in New Jersey is the only certified charitable real estate specialist, and she is on a mission to get $100 million donated to stopping human trafficking. In other words, we can make it as personal and customizable as you want, or it can be as generic as you want. That's the thing. So I would talk to Danielle, but if I were you, you can
You froze again.
now. So
What?
Danielle and
You
I
froze-
were in
you
contact
froze
with
again.
that. Sorry, Claudia, you can take the test right now. And when you take the test, you'll know immediately if you've passed.
I
And
did.
if you've passed, good. Okay, great. Then you're a certified charitable real estate specialist. You have the right to use that credential, and you're the first one in New Jersey. You need to whore that out. You need to let people know that you're the first. Michael DeShavi is the first one in New York State, New York City. He's in Brooklyn. He's the first one. And even though there will be 10,000 over the next 3 years, he's always going to be the first. You're always going to be the first. Kate, you may not be the first one in California, but you will be the first one in your marketplace, in your town, etc. As a matter of fact, if you take the test quickly, you might be the first one who's taken the test, which makes you the first, because others have been in the class for months, but the test has only been out for 2 weeks and not everybody's taken it. So
I have a question
you're
also.
muted.
I'm waiting for Danielle to send me the link. Michael sent her an email, and so I'm just waiting for her to send me the link. So it's on my to-do list this week.
All right, we're going to get the list, the link out to everybody again immediately. Claudia, what's up, girl?
Oh, so somebody had said, elder lawyers are good.
Yep.
So, but they're not really financial advisors. So how, can you explain what an elder lawyer would do with this?
Absolutely. So guys, we're going to start now. This is going to start hurting your head a little bit if your head is too full already. And
We're
I'd
still
rather
here.
that you, well, I would rather you respectfully bow out than to
Oh.
get too overwhelmed with too much. But let me answer that one question for you, Claudia. People get very tunnel vision. This is all about charitable real estate. How can I go get a donation? Who do I know that has a donation? Oh, I talked to a nonprofit. They didn't have a donation. Screw that. I'll go over here. We've got to open and take the blinders
You froze.
a little bit. So let's talk about elder law for a moment. If we are wanting to help nonprofit and we think this through, let's think logically. Who would be the most likely, and these are rhetorical questions, I'm going to answer them for you for a short time, but who would be most likely to donate a piece of property? A 25-year-old that works at McDonald's, or a 60-year-old who has been in the business world for many years and owns several properties, right? So we start thinking about it. People who are over 50, typically, usually people who have multiple properties, even that woman who was donating $25 a year, the property she donated was something from her family. It wasn't her primary residence. So usually people who own multiple properties. Elder tax or elder attorneys, first of all, they're working with elder, right? These are people who are also, that 25-year-old at McDonald's is not thinking about their future. They're not thinking about estate planning. They're not thinking about what to do with their assets or how to work out what's the best tax strategy. Elder people are. So right off the bat, that elder attorney, his clients, by the very nature of their age and where they are in life, are prime candidates for donations of real estate. On top of that, he is probably more affiliated with the Alzheimer's community, the Parkinson's community. He would be smart, if or she, to be more affiliated with them because they are going to have his kind of clientele. So Tamisa Leiden is one of our best real agents of change. She has been a senior advisor for many years, working with senior citizens and helping them to move and to get into assisted living and all that. She's been doing that for 18 years. And she will tell you that she has been, in the last 6 months of working with us, connected with more people in 6 months talking about charitable gifting of real estate than in 18 years of being a senior advisor and all the doors that that opened, because this is a different kind of conversation. That attorney is having conversations every day about how to leave legacy, how to get tax advantages, what they're going to do with grandma when she goes into the nursing home, what's going to happen with that property. So the point is, the elder law people are just a more sophisticated conversation who would be able to lead you to more gifts of real estate and more clients than, say, a bankruptcy attorney or a divorce attorney. Like they might have something, but the elder law is just directly connected to the perfect avatar that would be donating. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And when we start doing the strategy calls again, the strategy calls are Thursday night at 7 p.m. and I quit doing them because my mother was in hospice, and there's just so much you can do. There's just so much you can do in the world. But at the end of August, I'm going to start those up again, and we're going to be talking about this sort of thing, Claudia, so that we can strategize. Well, how would you talk to those people? And what is the conversation that you want to have with them? But we'll get into that when our heads aren't so full like they are today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So guys, let me put in the chat, I'm going to put my cell phone number again. I'm going to put my email address. I'm going to put the Facebook group, the free one. Make sure you're a part of that. I do Facebook Lives. I'll be doing a Facebook Live in there at 5 p.m. tonight. I'm always talking about different deals we're doing, what's happening in the class, how we just updated the class with the donor advised fund, all that kind of fun stuff. And I just want to invite you to send me a message. Cami, I want to get certified. I haven't seen the link. Where do I find it? Cami, I want to do more. I want to really get involved with becoming proactive. I want to be a part of the membership group. $1,000 for life is great. I want to do that before it goes up. Or Cami, I've got a group of nonprofits. I sit on the board of 5 nonprofits. I want to put one of those Zooms together with you, et cetera, et cetera. So just let me know where you're at in all of this and how I can support you. Mark, you are a nonprofit who actually gets it. Praise God. Let me tell you guys something. Nonprofits are the slowest to understand how this works. You all want to go talk to nonprofits. Thank them for being around and serving who they serve. They are not the most entrepreneurial and visionary and open-minded. They just aren't. I'm grateful that Mark is here. Mark, I would love to offer that we do something together, whether it's a Facebook Live or some kind of video that you can send to your donor population, inviting them to take a look at how they can leave legacy by giving real estate to benefit your mission and start your community and stuff like that. So whether we're doing a conversation for a group of financial advisors or a group of realtors or a group of donors or a group of nonprofits, they're all a little bit different conversation because we need to think about what's in it for them. What do they need to hear? What is the story I can share that's going to have them say, what? How does that work? Because if I'm talking to a nonprofit group versus a group of realtors, it's 2 different conversations. So, but I can help you guys with any of those groups. It has been my honor to serve. I love doing this class. I love getting on Zoom. I love having this conversation. I love seeing people get out and show up as the change they're wanting to be in the world. I love seeing you guys get interviewed. I love helping you put together presentations so you can go talk to a group of financial advisors. However we can support you, we are here. And on that note, reach out to me if you would like something further. And Melanie, I did get your check, and you will very soon be getting scheduled with me to do an interview. Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
You're welcome.